Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's almost afternoon today. Wow. I am so behind today. It's a Sunday. Happy Sunday. Sunday, Sunday. Da 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 da. All right. Let's see what is happening. I got the hiccups. Hiccups. Bada, 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 hiccups. Who is online? We've got GIF. Ooh, what's this? Blade of the Witch Guard. Huh. Wow, that's actually got pretty decent stats on it. It's two-handed, so of course it's going to have higher than normal, but yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see. What are we doing? Let me go over here. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop off some stuff. Heavy wool bandages. I'm curious. What would happen if I put these in here? Do they stay in there if I log out? We're going to find out. If I don't see those in a few days, somebody remind me. Hello? Canvas. Why is this not working? Leather working? That's weird. Can you not open the leather working kit when it's when you're in the bank? Let's see. Let's try that again. Yeah, you can search it. That's weird. I don't know why it did that. All right, we've got a bunch of leather, padded leather canvas. I wonder if I can even make the backpack yet. I don't think I can make the padded leather backpack yet. I don't believe. Let's go see if we can make it. Backpack. I can only make the regular leather backpack. So we have to level that up some more and maybe make some padded leather at some point. Hey, what's up, Isar? See if we can. Switch to E-Star? Okay. Yeah, we can do whatever. I was just gonna... I mean, I can play this. We can camp something. I can also play my... my Beastmaster. I'm good for whatever, man. We got one of the shields. Is this... Yeah, that's fine. Put that up here. Put these boots down here. Put this over there. Linen scraps. Is that everything? Astral powder. Throw that in there. My goodness, my bank is going crazy. Crazy. Not a lot on right now. That's okay. If you want to do something, we can. If you want to just solo camp stuff, that's fine too. I mean, I'll find something to do. I'm good with whatever, man. Let me find... I gotta... Wool scraps. Thanks, Spearhawk. Let's see. I am looking for my other chat. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Weird. Ah, that's what I wanted. Made to the stream. Nice, nice. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, I think we're good. Okay. Do 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 do. What are we gonna do today? Let's plan stuff. Wanted to try Haroon and Gora. All right, let me run that way. I can run over there. I think I'm all set. Oh, wait. Let me get some, we need more people. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I love that in Fallout. The main actress, she's like, okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let me go make some more of these sharpening stones. Sharpening. It's the sharpening. Do 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 do. What does it take now? 4 rigid to make 1 sharpening stone? Let's see. Sharpening stone takes 4 rigid stones. 4 times 12 is 48. What the heck is going on here? Okay, I guess that works. Rigid stone. 22, that's it? Wow, these are... Alright, well, we'll buy a stack. Huh. Alright. Cool. They used to have a lot more of those. I'm gonna have to get my own rigid stones now. I wonder if they have some over at the other location. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Let's go over here to the miner. Hello, miner. Hello. He's got a bunch of brittle stones. Let's see. Rigid stones. Ah, that's where they are. So we need to make 6 more. So that means we need 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did that not buy? About 3. 24. Actually, let's go ahead and make another... We'll make 2 stacks of those, since there's rigid stones here. So, a stack of them would be 20 times 4, so 80. So, 20, 40, 60, 80. Alright, let's do that. Make 2 stacks. 2 stacks of the sharpening stones. Just started a Shadow Knight. Would you recommend I started blacksmith? Not really. I mean, you can if you want to. I don't really recommend any trade skills. You know, like you can make them early. You can do them early on if you want to. But most likely the stuff that you're going to want out of the trade skill, you're better off just probably buying it and then not spending any money and effort trying to level it. But if you really, really want to, yeah, I mean, you could start with... I wouldn't start with blacksmithing either way, honestly. Not as a starting skill, but you can level blacksmithing easily by starting out making these brittle sharpening stones and then try to make... Once you get to these different sharpening stone tiers, that's the easiest thing to level up on for smithing. By far the easiest. You haven't tried any trade skills where you're limiting yourself? You're not. Yeah, you don't need to do any trade skills in this game. It is not a requirement at all. Good morning. How are you? Old Drainer. Just go camp stable master. You just gonna go play? You just gonna do that for a little while, Isar, and solo for a bit, or they trained you and left you? Wow. Some people. Hope everyone's having a blast. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Having a good time. Having a good time. Yeah. That's gonna be stuck in my head now. All day. Yeah. What was I doing? So confused. Oh, I want to buy more food. $20 and $20. 20. All right, get those. Cool. Cool. All right. Well, I guess I'll get on my Beastmaster for a little bit. Isar, let me know. I'll go camp stuff whenever if we get a group to do stuff. I don't mind tanking. I'll mess around with the Beastmaster a bit more. Do you know if the Torvald guy with the hay shield is possible by duo? A tank and a heal, or could full group on 51? At level 51, it's gonna be tough with a duo. I mean, I'm not gonna say impossible, but it would be tough with a duo. Let's see. We have some wood. Let's just do this for a bit. If we run out of wood, we run out of wood, yeah? We'll go get some more. We'll get some more wood. I'm gonna have so many invis potions by the end of this. It's gonna be great. Pet stay, feral spirit. Cast that. Come here, you waning spirit. Get over here. That's what we need. We need a Mortal Kombat MMORPG. You can play Scorpion and be like, get over here, and pull mobs to you. Yep. That's what we need. Is it best to solo as Beastmaster? It's best to solo on any class that you can solo. If you are able to do it, it is better to do it. But on the Beastmaster, low level, it's very, very fast. Like the first 15 levels or so, absolutely I would recommend soloing if you want to be the most efficient possible. After that, it starts to become a bit more difficult. So, oh shoot. Ooh, that was close. I almost did not get gate off. After that, it does become a bit more difficult. So, it depends on if you're able to do it or not. But if you are able, then yes, it's usually better. XP wise. Yeah, I hope they fix that or change that in the future. But right now, it's, yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. Crazy. Solo XP is just bananas. Torvald, you could duo if you ever slower. Yeah. At level 51, though, Isar? Wouldn't that be kind of tough? Okay. Mustache hair or something in my mouth. 51, no. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think at level 51, a duo would be really, really hard. I would recommend a full group. I find classes less fun than other MMOs like WoW due to the lack of flavor and crude combat mechanics, so I keep wanting to party to help the experience. Yeah, that's totally understandable. You know, like it's definitely, the game is way more fun with people, right? I 1000% agree with you on that. It's just less efficient the more people you have in your party, unfortunately. Sell you a shield then? Yeah, I don't know if we have any extra shields lying around. I don't think we do. I don't think so. Why did I open this up? Waspy's pumping? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Love finding a party. The game doesn't begin till I'm in one. Efficiency is not as good as moment-to-moment gameplay. I mean, yeah, sure. If that's what you're into. If you want to forego a little bit of efficiency for you know, for the group experience and more fun and all that stuff, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be just an opinion kind of gameplay. Some people are going to prefer, right now anyway, some people are going to prefer to solo because they want to just get there as quickly as possible. And then other people are going to prefer being in a group, even if it's the slowest possible way to play. So, yeah, it really comes down to your preferred method. I feel like, though, the difference between solo and a full group, a good solo class XPing versus a full group, it's literally over twice as long to do it in a full group than it is to solo all the way from 1 to 60. And I think that's a problem because, you know, then it's like, well, I could do it in 200 hours and then have 200 hours of a lot of fun, camping stuff at high level, etc. You know, it just depends. It really depends on your gameplay. But yeah, if you prefer to group up, then absolutely group up. The Beastmaster is a fantastic DPS class right now, and if you have the Wasp pet, it adds that slow, which is very, very beneficial to your party. And it's a DPS pet, so it's the best pet to use by far. I've noticed you and a few other Beastmasters using the Wasp. Is it better than the other pets? Yes, it's way better. The Wasp is literally the best pet in the game currently. Like, it's not even close comparison. The tank pets are the worst pets in the game, but people want to do. They think, oh, well, I'm going to solo on my Beastmaster, so I'm going to get the tank pet, and that's because they just assume the devs have, you know, balanced that properly, but they indeed have not. The Wasp is the best pet. It takes the least amount of damage and does the most amount of damage. Like, it's just all around better. And it holds threat better. Yesterday I was in a party healing a fighter with a higher level druid helping us. He stayed out of the party so we could have more XP. No other MMO these days as community full of such great people. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, that's what I think is going to end up happening, is you're going to have people that do that, and I think that's great that they do that. We got to be careful with that kind of stuff, you know? It encourages power leveling, and it allows a lot of power leveling to happen. And it's fun when a higher level player comes over and is willing to help you out and do that kind of stuff. But the problem is they're not going to be doing it a lot. It's not going to be like an everyday thing, except for the really high level, like high playtime power gamers. Those people will do it every single day and give themselves a huge advantage over the casual player. So that's my only issue with it. Like, I'm absolutely fine if all of the casual players in the game are like, nope, we love that aspect, keep it in. Okay, well, just know that those high playtime, power leveling type of players are going to hog camps. They're going to level exponentially faster. And as long as you're okay with that, for the off chance that somebody comes and helps you out, then there you go. That's really all that matters. If you're a cleric, you're doomed to sit in a group. Yeah, I mean, clerics definitely are more of a group-friendly class, for sure. Some high-level beast seem like a giant purple spider. Spiders are also good. People say that the spider is good because of the extra threat and its ability to root. So they have like a root on the enemy, and it helps them to kind of maintain threat on their pet. So yeah, as you get to higher level, that might be good. Can you rank the top 5 solo classes? Yeah, I mean, it would be Necromancer, Enchanter, Druid, probably Beastmaster, and I don't know. I mean, Elementalist and Archer and Ranger are all up there. I'm not sure which one would be best out of those. Could see people pay money to do it, like real money trading. Yeah. Hopefully we don't get too much real money trading. They are cracking down on that. I made an ogre beastmaster and wanted to get a wolf. Rode the boat to Keeper's Bite and got one-shotted by an elf guard. Yeah. Apparently, ogres start KOS to the elf guards. You have to go over there and kill a bunch of orcs. If you kill the orcs, it'll increase your faction. Wizard was one of the best. It's up there with some of those as well. Wizard is good. I would probably put it up there with like the Archer, Ranger, and Elementalist now. I don't know if I would put it in the top 5 or not, to be honest. Depending, if you're a wizard that has gear, then absolutely. Like you can kite easily. And I'm also talking about a wizard that isn't cheesing the current mechanics, right? Like if you're a wizard cheesing the current mechanics, of course it's going to be really good solo because it's cheesing the current mechanics. You're not supposed to be able to hit unlimited mobs with a rain spell, but you currently can. But yes, the wizard is also another one of the pretty decent solo classes, but you do need to get higher level to be able to get that snare. They don't solo super well until they get snare without Speed of the Wild. Kind of the same for Ranger. Well, archers. Archers need Speed of the Wild. They don't snare super well, but you know, it just once you figure out how to do it, there's several classes that are good at it. Good morning. Feel good not having to worry about getting ganked anymore. Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? So you were on the PvP server, I lose, and then you ended up getting an invite to the PvE server, or did you get a friend invite to the PvE server? What city do you like better? I like Night Harbor better just because there's more. It's easier to get around once you learn it. It's easier to get around, and there's just more there. The Phalandrall city's okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's very confusing to get around, and even once you learn it, it's still annoying to get around because you have to go up platforms, down platforms, and you can't just kind of run straight where you want to go. Sometimes you have to go all the way around this thing to go up a ramp to get to some other thing, and it's just annoying. So I don't like starting there, but it's it's fine. It's not a big deal. That or get a port to Evershade Well and just avoid the guards, run back towards the Beguiled Wolf Cave. Yeah, you can do that too. You know how often Eminem does beta key lottery? Every Friday they do a beta key access giveaway thing. Every Friday. And they've been doing like 500 to 1,000 every Friday. Your account got upgraded from the lottery. Been in the PvE lottery a really long time, but only got accepted. So it did finally just trigger it. Okay. That's what people were saying, is that they felt like they got into the PvP and then they were then opted out of the PvE lottery. And I hadn't met anybody yet that got into PvP and then also later on got into the PvE. So I'm glad to know that it does actually work that way. Because that's good. That's good. There's a lot of people that just want to be on the PvE server, but they opted into PvP. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Oh shoot! I'm not even using the correct stance. Predatory instinct. Oh no! Back off! Back! Passive. Attack! Well, I guess we're rooted. We're rooted for a bit. That's okay. We'll just meditate while we're rooted. Get this Beastmaster up to 31 today. Did I get new spells at 31? It's 33. It's 32. I guess I don't get anything new at 31. Why is this not looting? There we go. Oh no, it's raining. It's raining. No, stop attacking. You silly Beastmaster. Silly Beastmaster. What is this buff? Howl of Dominance. Okay, dokie. This is 30. That's healing for 139 now. Wow, I'm actually getting extra 19 healing, and I only have 33 wisdom. I feel like they overdid it with the wisdom scaling. 19 wisdom gives me, or sorry, 33 wisdom gives me over 10% more healing. It's like 1% per 3 wisdom ish. What would that be? So 120. Whoa, shoot. It would be calculator 120 divided by 139. So that'll be like a 14%. So it'll be 120 plus 14% equals. Wait, not what? The heck? 120. Why is that? The heck is going on here? Plus 4. Shoot. 120 plus 14% equals 136. So 120 plus 15% equals. So yeah, it's like 15%. So it's like 15% would be 5. I'm trying to do math here. Why can't I do backwards math? I'm so confused. So that would be for every 2. It's almost like every 2 wisdom gives 1% more. Math is hard and words are hard. You're absolutely right. Life is hard. It's all just very difficult. I don't know how to do any of it. I'm terrible at it all. One, two, three, four, 5. Perfect. Perfection. I kind of want to stay here for a little bit longer too, even if I hit the next level, because we have all of these right here. Got 80 wisp dust plus another 9 to make invis potions. I really like invis potions. Are those two guys just hanging out together? What the heck? All these dang wisps. Wisps. Oh no, I pulled 2. Dagnabbit. Alright, well, let's go zone them off. I don't want to do 2 at once. Those things they nuke too much. Hope you're having a great weekend. 60 days. I'm having a good weekend so far. I mean, well, Friday night was kind of poopy. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. Is what it is. This guy looks like he's wearing a little baseball hat. It looks like a little kid outside playing. What the heck, dude? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's not a baseball hat. It's like a hairnet. It literally looks like a little kid, like... With the hairnet, though, now it looks like somebody that works at like a bakery, you know, has their hairnet on, has like a rolling pin in their hand. What the heck? Could you give us a little, just like the super cliff notes of Sean's stream yesterday? Yeah, gardening, and that was the majority of it. Yeah, it was actually really not a lot of information yesterday. Not a lot. The only big takeaways were like the early access still on track, and they're going to try to have all the classes in by the start of early access for the deep dives, and we should be getting like the underdocs pretty soon. You know, not a lot of stuff, not a lot of new stuff really came about yesterday. So yeah, nothing huge. You'll bounce back? Yeah, eventually. The 10 reminders that it's a small team. It is a small team. Yeah, it's a small volunteer team, etc., etc. Deep, hopefully within 2 weeks, 4 weeks. Yeah, that is good to know. 2 to 4 weeks on the deep. So, yeah. You know, we all get that it's a small volunteer team. We all understand that. But I don't know. I've volunteered before as well. That doesn't change people's expectations much. It does seem like a lot of people, though, are still playing EverQuest Legends, at least for now. I'm actually curious about that. We're going to look that up here in a second and see if it's still popping off or if it's starting to already die out a little bit. It's not even been a week yet. I imagine it's still pretty popular, at least for another week or two. Still need 2 weeks until school starts ramping up. That's true, yeah. That's true. Yeah, it's last week for the kids. They have this week and then, I don't know, maybe like a half week or something. Something like that. They don't have much time. But the kids are definitely going back. Get them kids out of here. But if you think about it, the kids going back to school might, maybe, give parents more time to play games. But it may not as well. I don't know. I guess it depends on the parent. It depends on the kids. It depends on a couple factors. Because like some kids, they go back to school, and then they've got all the school activities. They've got their homework, and they're going to need help with. And depends on how involved the parents are with the kids, really. Twig started playing too, but Noob and EQ make much progress. Monster Memory much better. Yeah, Monster Memories is way better in my opinion than EverQuest Legends. I mean, EverQuest is a great game, but it's a solo game. EQ Legends is easier, so the masses would tend to go there. Kind of like what happened when when WoW came out. Yeah, but I also feel like, you know, it is a 27... Oh my gosh. Burping a bunch. It is a 27-year-old game that people are just playing again. Yet again for the however many times that they have probably restarted EverQuest. You know, they probably played EverQuest originally, and then they played... one of the TLP servers. They may have played P99. They may have played Project Quorum. You know, they probably played EverQuest quite a few times, and now they're just doing it again, but slightly different, you know? So, I don't know. It'll cater to a certain group of people, but it caters, in my opinion, it caters to that same group of people that that quit games quickly as well. Right? There's a... You guys know what I'm talking about. There's a certain group or a type of person in... that plays certain types of games where they come and go very, very quickly, right? They come, they play it, and then they quit. What the heck is going on here? So, yeah. I've never played EQ, so going in EQ Legends fresh, kind of learning curve. There's going to be a huge learning curve trying to go into that fresh. For sure. Like, there's so many different systems and stuff that they've added to EverQuest over the years. I mean, it would be confusing and overwhelming to me, because I haven't played a lot of EverQuest in a long time. But I think Eminem has got me used to some of it. Yeah, Eminem is definitely going to get you used to some of that kind of stuff. It's just got that old school feel to it. But EverQuest has a lot of stuff. Like, there's a lot of menus. There's just a lot going on with EverQuest. So, yeah. Wow, why are so many of the spirits so far from the tree? From the spirit tree. Uh-oh, that might pull a second one. Are they gonna pull a second one? Nah, we're good. We're good, baby. But yeah, I don't know. I think M&M is a better jumping off point than even than EverQuest Legends, because it's simpler. It's just you know, there's less to it, so you can kind of getting in on M&M right now is great because you can learn with a lot of other people all at the same time. Made a post about Upper Salmon. Can't give feedback on Discord anymore. Oh, did they cut that off? Wow. That'd be pretty cool if M&M implemented the merge system for EQL. What's the merge system? Yeah, it's weird that they already cut off the... Well, I guess it's not really weird. They said they were going to cut off the feedback. They want to try to get everybody over to the forums, which I haven't checked the forums. Let's go check the forums on Monsters in Memory. Did we get an update on Microsoft? Cool. Oops. Forums, Monsters and Memories. I have 5 notifications. Let's see. I got likes. Likes. Thanks for the likes, fellas. Absolutely true. True. You can merge 2 pieces of the same gear for a slight upgrade. Yeah, a friend of mine was talking about that, and that's actually a really it's a cool system. And instead of what he was basically saying is, instead of having disenchanting, the way that enchanting and disenchanting works, is what if you did enchanting that way? Like if you got back passive. What if you did enchanting and disenchanting like that, right? You needed, instead of disenchanting, just take disenchanting out. And then you have enchanting, where it requires you to have that skill to take take one item and merge it into another item, and use enchanting that way. Yeah, that's a pretty cool system. I do like that system to make things a little bit stronger. And you can enchant it, like, 3 times, 5 times, some, set some number to it, and it just improves the stats a little bit on those items. It's a pretty cool system. The only issue I have with a system like that is the super ultra rare items. I mean, maybe it would work out if you enchanted these super ultra rare items or merge them or whatever. That would clearly be the best item in the game. But because they're so rare, what are your chances of getting 3 of them or 5 of them or something, whatever you need to merge? Then your lower level, more common items would be able to be merged, and if you got 5 common items, would that be equal to like a tier 1 or tier 2 more rare item, So like, I don't know. It could be a really cool idea, yes. I do agree. Not sure about the merge system, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, it's some people are going to like it, some people won't. The idea is there. I mean, it's definitely something that they could do. But it could potentially negate the ultra rare items that are out there. Could potentially negate those. Or at least be like something else for players to go after. Like, I'm going to get a common item +5 or a rare item, and they end up with like the same stats or something, or very close. So yeah, EQL, you can get it a +10, but each new tier takes twice as many merges. So 2 for 1, 4, so on. Yeah, so like that would definitely make it to where merging the more common items would be beneficial, because then you get a ton of items. So, I mean, Monsters and Memories does something similar to that with their enchanting and disenchanting to take items out of the economy. That's what EverQuest Legends really, the biggest takeaway to me is it takes items out of the economy. And you can go and camp items longer. So you're in a group or whatever, and you get your item, you still want to stick around and get more of those items, so that you can get upgrade your gear, But at the same time, what does that mean? That means that everybody's going to be need rolling on things more often. So like, let's say I get a fungi tunic. Well, the next fungi tunic that drops, I also need that because I want to upgrade it. Then the next one that drops, I'm also going to need that because I want to upgrade it. So I'm going to need a bunch of fungi tunics, I'm just using that as an example because it's just a random item. But the point is like you're still going to need a ton of those. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it actually works out in practice and how easy or hard it is to get some of those items. I feel like the upgrade system works well when items are more common. It doesn't work as well when they're super crazy rare. If it takes you, 30, 40 hours to camp one item, and now you want to upgrade it, so now it's to upgrade it to a +1 takes 2 more of that item. So it's going to take you 30 hours the first one, 60 hours for a +1, and then 120 hours for a +2 on average, right? It's just going to get crazy. So they would have to completely change how they do drop rates and everything, which is possible, sure, but it would be a lot. Merge system seems kind of goofy, strange, overall lazy. Getting gear is supposed to be hard, not seamless and consistent. Yeah, and that is, you're right. You're not wrong with that. Like that's another perspective for sure. So I feel like it's one of those. It's a very ARPG style gameplay. You're going to get so much gear so easily that you're able to upgrade it. Then it doesn't make the gear special anymore. Like if I see somebody running around with a fungi tunic, I'm like, oh wow, you camped that for a long time. But if they make it so common because they expect you to upgrade it, then everyone's going to have at least a base level fungi tunic, and then it becomes way less fun and like the cool factor, like look what I'm using kind of thing. So there's pluses and minuses to it for sure. EQ Legends upgrade system works because loot isn't group based. If you group, everyone gets their own loot. Well, yeah, I mean that's another way to do it. Sure. Yeah, having separate loot. They've definitely made that game way more solo friendly. Like extremely, it's just an ARPG set in the world of Norath. I agree it could be a bit of an issue on rare items, but like tattered cloth and such would be nice to take a +5. Yeah, kind of. I mean, and that's kind of, I don't know. Is that not kind of what they're doing though with the tattered gear? You can take, like, you get a piece of tattered cloth, right? and then you take it to a tailor, and you can upgrade that tattered cloth using additional cloth to like patch it. And then it becomes patch cloth instead of tattered. So it upgrades the armor class on it. So that they're kind of already using a similar type of system. That would probably work better doing it that way in like a trade skill kind of way for this game. And then you could like, okay, I make the base item, and then you could make, like, let's say I make a breastplate, and then I can also craft some armor plating for that breastplate, some additional reinforcements, or whatever you want to call it. And then you put armor reinforcements on it to give it a +1. You know, you could add some like special types of fasteners to it to give it a +2. You know, there's a lot of different ways that they could do it. It's not a bad idea. It would just be kind of one of those things they have to look at how they could implement it. And it would definitely be affected by the economy, or it would affect the economy in this game for sure. EQL reminds me of when the Game Genie was invented for Nintendo. It kind of is. It's a Game Genie for EverQuest, yes. Very much Game Genie for EverQuest. Yeah, to me, it's a bit too, easy of a game. Easy's probably not the right word, because somebody's going to be like, it's not an easy game. There's +4 raids. Brr, brr, brr. Yeah, you're right. You know, there's some challenging content in it, but it's not a grindy, hardcore game like it used to be in like original EverQuest. So it's just, you know, it's if somebody were to come up to me and be like, hey, I've got a max level character in EverQuest Legends, I'm going to be like, cool, you know, congratulations. You played the game, you know, like I'm not going to feel like, oh, well, that's, you know, that's an achievement. And I'm not trying to like lessen somebody's achievement for getting to max level. But when somebody comes up to me and they're like, hey, I got to level 60 in Monsters and Memories, I'm like, okay, cool. That's awesome. You know, good for you. That's fantastic, because you dedicated time. Even if you did it solo, you still had to dedicate some time and energy into doing that. But I feel like in EQ Legends, it's like, oh, you know, cool, good for you. Or hey, I got, you know, this fungi tunic in EverQuest Legends. Okay, cool. You know, you took your solo character down there and soloed a few mobs and it dropped. You know, it's just not as impressive, and I don't feel like you get the same satisfaction. And that it's one of those things where you're like, you're not going to want to stick to the character as long, you know? I feel like that's one thing that we're missing from MMOs today, is you put in so much time and energy into your character, you care about your character. You know, you care about their reputation, you care about the gear you have on it, you care about the bonds you've made with other players. You know, you actually care about all that stuff. But on some of these other games that are just they're so much faster these days, you just don't care. You get to the end, you're like, okay, cool, I'm done. Move on. It's like playing a single player game. Like I don't think I've ever like gone through a single player game, beaten the story, and been like, okay, I want to keep playing. You know? I mean, maybe it's possible that it's happened, but I'm not like, oh, I want to keep playing this game on this character. I usually, like, if anything, if I really like the game, I'm like, okay, I'll start over and play it again. But even then, I usually don't, you know? I most often don't replay a single-player game. I rarely replay a multiplayer game. You know, like the seasons of an ARPG, I'll do that, but even then I still get bored after like the second, third, fourth time you go through it. So, yeah. Anyway, y'all are right about using it more creatively, trade skill and like. Yeah, that would be cool. I would love to see stuff like that. It's okay to say easy when you can go solo Guck at level 15 or whatever. Yeah, some of it's just ridiculous, right? It's not a hard game. They're not making EQ Legends any type of skill cap. You're correct? Yeah. The way I see it, EQ Legends is a good change until Monster Memories. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, it's a different play style, right? It's like I want to play a slower paced game like Monsters and Memories, and that's the one that I play with my friends and I have fun and blah, 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 blah. Then I want to play a single player game that's more fast paced. When my friends aren't available to play Monsters and Memories, then I can jump into EverQuest Legends and solo a character for a little bit. For me, when my friends aren't available, I would rather just play another solo type class in Monsters and Memories and do something in there that could still benefit my main character. Like right now, for example, my group isn't available to play. We aren't going to camp anything. So I'm like, okay, cool. Let me go solo on my Beastmaster. I can solo my Beastmaster, gain him a couple of levels, gain some experience, but at the same time, I'm collecting this Wisp Dust, and I can use this Wisp Dust on my main character to then get to make Invis Potions. There we go. I was having a brain fart there. To make Invis Potions, and I need Invis Potions on my fighter to be able to get around easier. So it's kind of like I'm playing an alt character to help out my main character, in a sense. I mean, I could bring my main character over here and just slaughter a bunch of Wisp, but might as well get XP on it while I'm doing it. You sum it up pretty well, Criddle. I really hope Sean keeps making Eminem harder. I do too. Yeah, I hope. I want to see this game be challenging. I don't want it to be like brutal, but I want it to be a challenge. And right now, there's not much challenge to it, especially if you group up, which is really the only incentive to playing. But no, let me take that back. If you group up and get a full party of 6, people are more willing to take a lot more chances and a lot more risk. They'll pull 5 mobs to the camp because you have an enchanter and you have a healer and you have a tank. So they'll pull a bunch of mobs. And it's like if one person isn't paying attention, though, it's just devastating and everybody dies. Whereas if you're in like a duo or trio or something, it's definitely more casual. You pull one mob at a time. You're not going to go crazy, take chances. So, I don't know. I think it depends on how you play. But yeah, I do want them to make it more challenging. I want to see more abilities. I want to see more different abilities on different enemies. I think people are very warranted on their critique that when they added in like the snare, root, and charge abilities on all of the martial classes recently, that felt kind of bad. It's just like, oh, every monster does the same freaking thing, I would like to see more abilities though. More caster mobs mixed in with the melee mobs. Because I remember going to like Lower Guck back in the day. Or no, it was Cebolus back in the day. Remember going into Cebolus the first time in back in the Kunark era, and you have the frog locks everywhere down in Cebolus. Or was that Lower? No, that was Lower Guck. Actually, was that both of them? Did they both have frog locks? Anyway, you go down there and you have like the wizards, the frog lock wizards. And it's like, oh crap, we got a frog lock wizard. Everybody ready? Because that thing's going to nuke like crazy. Or you get a frog lock cleric and you're like, oh man, this thing's going to heal a bunch. So we got to make sure that we're paying attention because they're just tougher mobs. And then you get like the easy frog locks. I can't even remember the names of them because they were just kind of a joke. And they were just the melee ones. You pull 3 of them at once and it's not a big deal at all. So yeah, like that's why I want to see more like caster mobs mixed in, and then them improve the AI, I guess, of the caster mobs. That's what I would like to see. Never played EQ, but I'm playing EQ Legends and Eminem kind of back and forth. I prefer Eminem greatly, but I'm on the PvP server and it's taxing. Oh yeah. Yeah, get on a PvE server and try it. Probably going to drop EQ Legends after the first month sub runs out. I think a lot of people will. I don't think you're in a different boat than most people. I think that EQ Legends is going to be one of those things. You pay the $20, you get in, you play it for a month, you have fun, and then you wait until the next expansion, and then you buy that expansion, you play it for a month, and then you quit and wait to the next expansion. It's going to be at least I think, it's going to end up being a seasonal game, much like any ARPG, like Diablo or Path of Exile. Whenever they release new content or update a season, so every 3 months of EQ Legends, they're supposed to be updating or adding in the next expansion or whatever. And if they stay on that, I think every 3 months it'll spike up and then it'll drop, and then it'll spike up and then it'll drop, and it'll be on like a 3-month cycle. And if you're playing it at the spike, you're gonna have fun. If you're playing it during the drop, you may not have nearly as much fun. But I agree, not brutal but tough. EQ was unforgiving and we liked it. You could even nuke yourself with a spell. Yeah, you could nuke yourself in this game with a spell, but I don't know if they changed that. I think they changed it where the AoE spells don't nuke you anymore for some weird reason. But you could absolutely nuke yourself in this game previously. I was playing my wizard and I was quad kiting. I killed myself more than once quad kiting on a wizard in this game. So, yeah. Mobs should have charge. They do now. They do have charge now. But it might be too many mobs have charge, you know? Like, it should be maybe the, just like the fighter types have charge. And then, like, the tanky types. And then you have more of the DPS types have, like, a more snare or root type of abilities. But, yeah. They're going to be adding more of that in. You know, I hate to say it, too. More mobs that cast buffs on other mobs. I know that we all hate when there's a druid mob that casts a damage shield on every single mob in the camp. Can you turn that down just a little bit? So, yeah, it's really annoying when, like, every single mob in the camp has a 20-something point damage shield. But it definitely makes the game more challenging. You know, it's taxing on the healers. It's taxing on the DPS classes that are trying to melee it. It puts more emphasis on the caster classes in your party. And right now, caster classes, well, I would say the wizard specifically is one of the worst classes you can put in your party. I do have a question on that for archers. Do archers get the damage shield? Does it damage you when you use your ranged physical attacks on a mob? I want to say it might. Read my Upper Salmon feedback. Hope Sean sees it. Yeah, I'll check it out. You know, he did make Upper Salmon. Where am I at here? Monsters and Memories. Oh, game announcements. What? You might have noticed the forums decided to try and take an evening nap. We'll have none of that. They're back. Uh-oh. The forums didn't work for a brief time, I guess. Feedback ideas. Where'd you put it? I thought you said you didn't put it in feedback. Is it under? It's under general. Why'd you put it, man? What's going on, man? I'm already pulled over. I can't pull over any farther. What you did? You get much more stupid? Yeah. I actually, I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one, but it was entertaining. I don't know, this third one. Well, because nobody expected it. That was just like, what? Nobody knew who any of those guys were. Like, none of that. Does it?
I know, it's crazy.
Wow. It's almost like that comment was out of left field. I don't even know what it means. Inquisitor mobs, removing your buffs, very annoying. Oh, yes, dude. When you go to fight the cultist, there's so many Inquisitors over there. It's just, it's awful. They're just constantly removing your buffs. That's one where I don't think many monsters need that. Monsters that dispel your buffs is just really annoying to buff classes. Right? It's really annoying to your healers that want to put buffs on you. It's really annoying to everybody that has a buff. Your enchanter is going to be like, oh, I don't want to go camp this. So, yeah, I don't know if I agree with monsters being able to dispel you so easily. But hey, whatever. You can't give. Oh, you just put it on the forums? Okay. Oh shoot! Did this thing gate twice? Oh boy, that's a lot. It gated. I interrupted it, and then it's like, no, no, no. I'm gonna do it again. You have to dispel magic break. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like who's casting dispel magic? Who's dispelling magic break all the time? You can do it. Yeah. Is your character meleeing with a bow in his offhand? No, he's just meleeing. It's just a graphical bug. Eminem's in a good place with Sean as a head dev. He takes his role as Dungeon Master seriously. He does, yeah. Like, I appreciate what Sean does. I disagree with him on some things, and I'm just like, well, maybe you shouldn't go that direction. I feel like these devs want to. They're kind of in the let's experiment phase, which maybe they should have done the experimenting earlier rather than this close to early access. But that's the phase that they're currently in, and we'll see how it goes. But I appreciate everything that Sean does, the time that he puts in, and all that. Like, he's definitely, I respect him for that. But yeah, some of this experimentation stuff, yikes. Like, it's maybe they'll slap something up on the wall and it'll stick. I have my doubts, but maybe something will randomly stick. But we'll see. Spelling mobs have to cast. Yeah, exactly. They do have to cast the magic break first. If they cast magic break and you have magic break on your character, dispel it, and they won't. Excuse me. They won't dispel your buffs. So if you ever see somebody in one of those camps turn purple, their health bar turn purple, then you need to dispel magic them. Which people get confused. Like, that's just a learning curve, honestly. There's a lot of things in this game that people are like, I don't like this aspect of the game. And then you learn how to get around that aspect of the game. And you're like, oh, okay. This game is very much knowledge is power. More so than being just like skillful and hitting the right button at the right time and, you know, maximizing DPS and all that. You don't need to do any of those things. You just have to be knowledgeable. And if you're knowledgeable enough, you will be successful. Should you get started on cleaning? That's good. Is she gonna throw it all underneath the sink? I hope not. It's a disaster under there. I agree with you on the development phase. I think it should have come earlier. It's steadily happening now. Yeah, it's very steadily happening now, and it's like, you know, maybe we could have done that a little earlier. But hey, you know, whatever. All right, let's go to the forums, which is where Isar posted his. You put it under the feedback? Upper Saman feedback. Is this the revamp of Upper Saman? What do you guys say for this? Is it Upper Salmon? Upper Saman? S-A-M-A-N. How would you pronounce that? Salmon? That's what I've been saying. Yeah, salmon. That's what I've been saying. Is like, well, I've been saying salmon, but I can also hear Upper Salmon. Anyway, Since Alpha, I have a few comments. I will exclude the lower stable area with the stable master, Tamaz and Yvette, since those are lower area. Most of Upper Saman is dangerous now, as it should be. Blightcaller Zerat, Vethis, Haroon, and Gora camps are hard, and this should be normal for this area. I agree, yeah. There's many mobs packed into the rooms of the caster mobs. This forces careful splitting and constant pulling of mobs, keeps the groups active. Very good feedback there. However, certain parts of Upper Saman are still a cakewalk, okay? Yeah, I think that's very good feedback, Isar. Like saying that it keeps the group active, but it also forces, careful and consistent pulling or constant pulling. So if you stop for any reason, you have to re-break the camp, and that should always be a challenge. Like getting into a camp encourages full groups, so like you need a full group to get into the camp, and it's not like you're going to be like, hey, I need a full group to break the camp, and then everybody else leaves so I can solo the camp. That's not going to happen. So having it to where it requires a group of well-played people to break a camp, then you get the benefit of the XP and everything after you break the camp. If you can't break the camp, you don't get the benefit of the camp. So it's like it's a reward kind of situation. And then afterwards, keeping it broken is also very important, because once it's broken, you want it to stay broken so you don't have to break it again. Because then you could break it, and then later on, people come and go, and somebody might leave, and then you can't break it again, but you can keep it going while you wait for a replacement member. Anyway, nothing sees Invis versus Undead, and you can just run around all you want. Dame Lysandra Camp, there's not enough mobs in this area of the map, and all the mobs are melee, Butler, House Warden, and Myrmidons. Lysandra's room has only one Myrmidon in comparison to Blightcaller Haroon, who has 5 mobs, and some are casters. Because of this, part of the zone is so easy. One group can camp 5 named in total. That is a problem for sure. Even bigger problem is, does Lysandra, Yauman, Aiden, Cook, and Elena, are these all considered one camp by the devs? So if somebody goes, hey, I'm camping Lysandra with my party of 6, and then another person's like, I'm camping Yauman with my party of 6, and another one is, I'm camping Aiden with my party of 6, it drastically reduces the amount of XP that those groups can get, because they're trying to camp one named at a time. But if you can camp like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of these all at the same time, your XP goes up, but now you're also getting a lot more named, which is, anyway. So yes, I agree with that. There needs to be more density of mobs, and there needs to be a lot more casters. Blightcaller, Blightwarden, Hag. This is what we were just talking about earlier. I hate to say it, but having more of these Blightwardens, I think the Blightwardens are the druids, having more of those in an area to cast thorns on all the mobs over there is huge. Like, it makes it a pain in the butt to break. It makes it much more difficult, and if you don't clear these Blightwardens quickly enough, they'll continue to add thorns to things, and you don't want thorns on mobs. Not at high level. You just don't want it. Same thing can be said for Edric and Phelan, but less of an issue since there's lots of mobs but not enough casters. The area around Elda the Cook is too low. It's deep in Upper Saman, Salmon, whatever. But there's Stable Master, Maids, and Butlers are at level 50. Wait, so that entire area is 50 where the rest of the mobs are higher level? Is that what we're saying here? These are the same ones as the lower camp area. There should be higher mix with caster, as the surrounding areas are Myrmidons, Blightwardens, etc. Too many safe spots around Lysandra's camp. I can count at least 3 safe spots. There should be roamers going all about. I agree with that as well. Like, I remember in EverQuest, we would camp in rooms that had the fewest amount of respawnable mobs or roaming mobs. You almost never had an area that was just completely free of mobs where everybody could just AFK whenever they wanted. There was always at least one mob that spawned in every single camp, except for maybe a couple of them throughout all of EverQuest. Climbable rock at a safe rock also allows easy access. This needs to just be fixed. right? This needs to be fixed, which I think we have. I'm pretty sure I have. If I have not, I need to bug report that you can just kind of climb that rock. Overall, wish the entire Upper Salmon area be more in line with Blightcrawler, Zerat, Vethys area, especially the deeper parts like Lysandra Cook area. Thanks for listening. Yeah, absolutely agree. You know, it's you've nailed it here, in my opinion, especially with the keeps people active. I may respond to that later. I'm not going to type up a whole response right now, but yeah. Alistar, the Black Camp is dispelling nightmare until you find out to cure magic. Yeah, magic break. I still see this project as a glass half full. I'm just frozen until the Monk and SK revamp happens, but I'm middle-aged. I got patience. Hey, I'm middle-aged and I have very little patience sometimes. So, Thorns is brutal to heal through. Ooh. Holy moly. What a sneeze. Especially as a melee-heavy group. Also, hello. What's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? Yeah. Thorns with a melee-heavy group is brutal. That's why I was wondering if Thorns affects archers or not. Thank you so much, Drainer. I appreciate it. You're absolutely right about there's always being a roamer mob in EQ. That's essentially keep everyone on their toes. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fantastic point that Isar made there in that post. Is like there really shouldn't be any safe spots. Like 100%, I can sit here safely and pull mobs to it. You know, there should be some mob that roams somewhere at some point and causes issues. Like if you accidentally pull too many mobs to an area and you're like, oh man, we are overwhelmed, and that one extra mob spawns because you weren't ready for it, you weren't prepared, you didn't realize the timer was about up, you know, whatever was happening, that could be devastating to any group. So Eyeball almost came out there. It almost did. Yeah. I have very vigorous sneezes. They go a little bit nuts sometimes. Seemed like the other night with the Archer in a group. It did seem like that with the Archer? Okay. I wasn't sure. Do you guys see the Restream comments, by the way, when Restream comes in? It's, every day after I get 100 comments, it says, congratulations, you read 100 messages today with Restream chat. Thanks, Restream. I didn't need to know that, but okay. You see the YouTube? Oh, no, that's a different thing. Yeah, you should see the YouTube and Twitch comments going between the two, which is the main reason I set that up, because people were asking, like, who are you talking to? They'll be on Twitch or YouTube, and I'll answer some question or read something, and they'll be like, what? Who the heck are you responding to? Nobody said that. And it was a little awkward. I already talk to people in my head all the time, so when I talk to other people not in my head, they're literally sitting there with me, but they're not. It's even more weird. I don't know what's worse, talking to an imaginary friend or talking to a friend that's there, but no one else can see them. Because those are different things. I don't have imaginary friends. I have real friends. You just can't see them. All right, you wisps. Separate. Break it up, wisp. Break it up. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Oh, I meant to check to see... Oh, I did check, actually. Yeah, it looks like EQ Legends has a lot of people today, but most of those are in Co-Carnage's stream. I'm surprised Co-Carnage is playing EQ Legends as much as he is. It seriously disappoints me that he's playing the game. It really disappoints me. Because him playing that game does nothing but help Daybreak. It doesn't, doesn't do anything really for him. Whatever, though. If he wants to support him, it's his prerogative. At least Kungan doesn't play Legends. That's true. Be careful joking about hearing voices. Ah. The voices that I hear are usually people in Discord. That's what I mean when I'm talking about hearing voices in my head. It's people that are in my Discord channel, so I can hear them, but you guys can't. Hey, they're real people. I just explained that. I just explained how they're real to me. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not real. Bing bong, bing bong. Poor Bing Bong. Bing Bong was the nicest imaginary friend ever. He was. Bing Bong was amazing. But I still say the best imaginary friend ever was Drop Dead Fred. Because that was from my youth, like I love Drop Dead Fred. I'm your favorite imaginary friend? Yeah. Well, imagine I'm not here. Would you be sad? Then I'm your favorite imaginary friend. Apologies if you've been asked about this 100 times. Don't worry. I've been asked about everything 100 times. It's okay. I don't mind. If I minded it, then I wouldn't read chat and respond to you guys. How do you feel about the overall usefulness of travel spells in the game? I haven't had a chance to jump in yet and see how big the world feels. That's been a highly debated topic. I personally feel like the Speed of the Wild is a bit too fast, and it makes the game a bit too easy because of the benefit of Speed of the Wild. But I don't think that they should just completely remove the spell. I think they should just reduce it. Now, as far as how big the world is, if you talk about like teleport spells and getting around in the world, right now the world, it feels really big at first when you're kind of lower level, but once you get into it and you start to learn how to get different places and you start to learn shortcuts and all that, it's not really that big of a world. I mean, it is big, but it's not as big as some people make it out to be, because they're lower level and they haven't experienced it all yet. But yeah, that said, the travel spells definitely help out because there are zones that are massive. Like Vale of Zintar is a huge zone. It takes like 10 minutes to run from one side of the zone to the other side of the zone if you just to auto run straight through it. It takes a long time. It may not be 10 minutes, but it takes a while. So Speed of the Wild definitely helps out with that. So I think that they should be some sort of travel spell. I just wish they would put it like certain spells like that where when you get into combat, it either strips the spell or it removes the benefit of the spell when you're in combat. Something like that. But then still have travel spells. So that's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. Upper Summon mobs no longer run. Well, that's good. That's good. We had one run yesterday, didn't we? I thought we were fighting like one of the Blight Wardens or something, and it tried to run. Did it? Maybe it just tried to. Maybe got aggro on something else and tried to go after it. I don't know. You kill the mob more fast with your fighter or Beastmaster. Beastmaster kills them faster, I would say. Yeah, I think the Beastmaster probably does more damage. It definitely does more damage. Because the Beastmaster is doing, by himself, is doing as much damage as my fighter would. So his pet is just bonus damage. So if you actually look at like the Chop ability, if I add in like Chop and Savage Strike, these are my main two damaging abilities that I use. That would be like the equivalent of using Frenzy and Rend on my fighter. And then I'm dual wielding with double attack. So that's the same thing that a fighter has until level 55. So dual wield, double attack, plus 2 abilities. So this is basically... These abilities do more damage than my fighter does. I'm pretty sure Chop does more damage than Rend does, and Savage Strike does more damage than Frenzy does. I think. I haven't exactly tested it to look at the numbers. So I would say that my Beastmaster does equal damage to my fighter, and then Pet on top of that. And then even on top of that, I have like Howl of Dominance, which increases my physical damage by 10% for 15 seconds out of every 30 seconds. So basically an overall 5% damage increase. But then my fighter has the offensive stance. But yeah, overall Beastmaster is going to do more damage, which is where it should be. Absolutely where it should be. The fighter should not be doing maybe 50% of the damage of a DPS class. I would say is where a fighter should be sitting. So if a DPS class is doing 100 DPS, fighter should be around 50 DPS. But then their threat should be worth another 60 DPS worth of threat, so that they stay on top of threat. So they'll have like 110% of threat, whereas the DPS classes are doing like 100% of threat. Does that make sense? So anyway, that was because I was on the roof. Yeah, it might be because you're on the roof. Let's do Lysandra. It's open. We can go to Lysandra, yeah, if you guys want to. I'm down with whatever. You just tell me where to go. You point, I punch. Anybody get the reference? It's Baldur's Gate 2, I think. The big oaf guy, like the barbarian kind of guy. You point, I punch. And he had a little mouse in his pocket. Little weirdo mouse. Alright. Let me see what messages I have. I have no messages. I keep getting notifications, and it just says, 1 notification. And I have to open my stinking phone and see what notifications they are. You can't fix nothing. Nope, you can't. Nope. I don't believe you. See, right here at the bottom. 3 notifications. You gotta click on it, you said. Don't group notifications. So then then what it'll say at the bottom, you have notifications in this and this and this and this. So it just keeps adding them on your screen. I don't know if I want that either. What I had before is it would say like 1 and then have like a little text message logo, and then right next to that it would 2 and then like an email logo, and then a 3 and it would say like another logo. It had different logos. Yeah, I would give up my trashy iPhone for nice things. Time to go back to Android. I need to go back to Android, but I can't for at least 2 years. I am stuck. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, it's a good phone. There's nothing wrong with the iPhone. It doesn't, like, not work. It's not really a big deal. I don't check my notifications most of the time anyway. Unless I'm waiting. If I'm waiting for a notification, then I check my notifications. If I'm not waiting, then I just don't. I don't check them, and I don't care. But now, when my girlfriend texts me, I can be like, I didn't see it. It just said notification. I don't know you texted me. I know. But then I didn't have an excuse. Then I was just ignoring them. Now I'm not ignoring them anymore. They feel bad for you anyway. %90 of the people think I'm a dumb anyway. On this game and on this stream. They do. I'm trying to not use a bad word. I am a butt. Sean even made a comment on his stream the other day about it. He said he made some comment about like a player saying, if these devs would get their heads out of their butts and they could make a good game or something like that. And I responded to it saying, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to actually send that message. And he then responded back to that message of me saying that. And he said, oh, was that your alt account on Reddit? And then he said something about how like most of the comments about me on Reddit are negative comments. They probably are written from you. Hey, there's no such thing as bad publicity. People will read the bad comments on Reddit and be like, oh, wow, this Criddle guy, he must be awful. Let me go to his stream and check it out. So, it works out for me. Definitely works out for me. No, I really feel like that only works, honestly, when, like, after you are popular enough. You already have to be somebody for the hate to make you bigger. Yes, just like Darth Vader. Let the hate grow within. What did he say? Let the hate flow through you. That's what it was. Yes, let the hate flow through you. I'm angry. No, you're just whining about stuff. You're not angry. You're just crying. Get on your fighter? Okay. Alright, give me 1 second. Is this Beastmaster? If yes, what are your thoughts on the class? Yes, this is Beastmaster. I really like the class. There's a lot of bugs with it. No pun intended, since I have a wasp as a pet. But it's a very good class. I like the concept of it. It's basically a martial class now, rather than what it was before, which was a hybrid of shaman with some fighter and pets kind of abilities. But yeah, it's effectively just a martial class at this point. But I really like it. This is my style of pet class. I really like this one a lot. I used to always want to play a magician back in EverQuest, and I don't know if I would have liked it or not. I also wanted to play a necromancer, but I just never really got around to putting in much effort into either of those, because then you got to control this pet, you send it into attack, then you got to cast spells, and I don't know, the gameplay of it was just a little bit different. I kind of prefer the martial gameplay a little bit more. Okie dokie, I'm on my fighter. Ye old fighter. I'm assuming I'm running to Upper Sayman. Upper Sandman, bring me a dream. What? Huh? That's okay. You always stop listening to me. Even when I'm talking directly to you. Sometimes you look at me. I have never figured that one out. How can you look someone directly in the eyes as they're talking to you and you not hear a word they say? You got things going on, but you're looking right at me. You're not doing anything. You're just staring right at me, and you're going, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And then I'm like, what did I say? And you're like, uh-huh. I didn't pick up anything that you just put down. If that were a deck of cards, it would be all over the place. Every time I talk to you, it's important. I got your little offhanded comment. It's always important. I am important, therefore, everything I say is important. It's still important. It's important to me. It should be important to you. You know you would say the same thing. You would say the same thing to me. If I ignored something that you said to me, you'd be like, it's important to me. It should be important to you.
Yeah, then you just yell at me.
What? Like right now? Uh-huh. 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 Tell me more. Tell me more. Anyway. I like the Beastmaster. I get to melee with a pet. Yeah, it's awesome. Uno reverse. Yes, Uno reverse. I just played an Uno reverse on you. Ah.
Yeah, you should feel very proud of yourself. I haven't really been one.
You are. I just thought, why are you not downstairs working? And I just realized it's Sunday. I was like, you're never up here. Like, oh, it's laundry day. Yeah, I already did mine. Wait. No, I did mine and put it away. I just made more. It's okay. I've been bicycling. And that's extra pair of laundry every day. Although it's small laundry. My, skimpy shorts and tank top that I Who wears short shorts? I like to, bicycle. But I'm that stand-up on the bike bicycling guy with the really short shorts. Yeah, no, I don't do that. There are some people, though, that ride bikes around here that are like that. They like to lean on their bike and they stand up. They have super short shorts, very tight, skin tight, Speedo, whatever type of shirt. I mean, they're going. They are moving. No thanks. I'm okay. That sounds like sub-only stream content. Oh yeah, that is sub-only stream content for sure. I should set up my GoPro one day and just see if I can set it up like on a selfie stick. Yeah, put it on the back of my seat, but a selfie stick, so it's behind me, and you can just watch me ride through areas. For third-person perspective of a bicyclist. Oh my goodness. Every time I get behind those guys, I want to get around them as quickly as possible if I'm going faster than them, because I feel like they're just going to fart in my face. And I'm like, I don't want to be behind your butt. Anyway, there were these three older guys, and I give them credit for being out on their bikes and riding, but they were clearly together. And the guy in the front, I felt was the pace guy, but he was the slowest out of the three of them, because the two guys in the back looked bored, and the guy in the front looked like he was struggling, but they were going really slow. And the guy in the very back was just as he was pedaling, he literally looked like the most bored person ever. I was like, you need to find a different team to cycle with. I think you have outpaced these guys. We really should. I should make a cycling group for this area. There's a lot of dudes. A lot of middle-aged dudes that like to cycle. But not like the weird cycling guys, the ones. Hey, it's better than the other dude group. Did you see the other one that they posted the other day? Oh my gosh. Guy posted something to the effect of I want to meet people, or I want to meet up with other people so we can talk about our problems, because dudes have problems too, and it's nice to be able to get some of that stuff off your chest. And I'm like, so you want a therapist? Just go get a therapist. This guy literally wanted to get a group of dudes together to have a dude therapy session. To complain. Basically to complain about their lives with other dudes that also want to complain about their lives. That's literally what this guy was asking for. It would be so awful. I don't want to be around that. It would be terrible.
Ooh, I bet it's like the guy that we saw downtown that was just like, I just want people to love me.
Yes.
This is why she does it.
Yes.
For the guy.
Holy moly. A sausage party? Yeah, it's a sausage party. I mean, they're probably grilling some wieners, yeah. I think that they actually did finally meet up because I saw another post like a week later of a bunch of dudes having like a cookout. I'm not trying to offend anybody here, but I looked at every one of the dudes. There's probably like 10 of them there. I don't think I would want to hang out with any of them. I was just like, okay, you guys have fun. They did find each other. They did find each other. Twig just saw me? Oh my goodness. I didn't see you, Twig. Hello, Twig. Sad sausage? It is a sad sausage. Go to one of those man meetups where they go yell and cry in the woods. Oh, dude, yeah, that's just weird. Yeah. They go and they're like, "Rah!" And they just start screaming. They're like howling like wolves. Like, what are you doing? Oh my goodness. We're off on the cliffside. Awesome. Where are you guys at? Are y'all at the camp, Isar? Shoot, I brought invis potions, I think. Yeah, I've got invis potions. Why do these invis potions say 1 of 1 on them? But then these invis potions, or these IVU potions, they don't say 1 of 1. Isn't that weird? Anybody else find that weird that like it shows the charges, but you can't stack vitality potions? Oh wait. Gravewalker potions, you can't stack them. I don't know. I find it odd. May need to go. Too much sausage talk. You're on Discord? All right, give me a second. Let me see if I can get around this mob without aggroing it. Yeah, those dudes, though, I mean, I feel for the guy that posted it because, like, I wanted to post in there and not in a mean way, but basically just say something like, buddy, you just need friends. Like, I'm sorry that you don't have friends, but you need friends. Like, if I needed to talk to somebody and I couldn't talk to my girlfriend about it, let's say I couldn't call like a family member, I have several friends that I can call and just be like, yo. And he doesn't, clearly. But like, that's kind of how I look at my gaming stuff too. And I almost posted on there about that, saying, you know, that's why I play online video games sometimes, is it gives me a group of people to talk to. You know, my friends on here, we sometimes talk about random things happening in our lives just as much as we talk about the game. Sometimes more. So, anyway. I think it's important. Socialization is important. Do it. Do it. All right, making friends as an adult is hard. It's very hard to make friends as an adult. That's why I say do it in a gaming group. Seriously. Like, this is a great way to make some friends. You can start playing a game with them. Join Discord, which is what I'm about to do with Isar over here. Put on my my girlfriend muters. That's what these are. My girlfriend muters. Huh? I didn't hear you. I didn't. What does that mean?
Sign language.
I can't hear sign language, honey. That's such a mean thing to call headphones. Girlfriend muters. Wow. I'm going to use that going forward.
Yeah, keep disrespecting me.
I'm not disrespecting.
Strategy con.
It's a bull strategy con. We'll see how this plays out. Not well. That's where we're going with that. Personally, almost out of the real world friends. They all died off. Ooh, sorry to hear that. I was thinking about that the other day. I met up with a bunch of friends of mine. One of my closest friends got married for his second time. And that is the first time I think that we had so many of my friends in the same room together in decade plus, like maybe 15 years. That many people. No, it's probably a decade because we had weddings like 10-ish years ago. Like a little bit more than that now. Probably like close to 15 years ago. I think was the last time we had weddings and that many people together. Like that's crazy. But yeah, it was nuts to think about. And I'm like, you know what? If somebody else doesn't get married, we're probably not going to have all these people together again until like somebody's funeral. And it's sad to think about. You know, like some of them, if their kids or something got married, a lot of us would still show up, but not everybody would be at every one of those weddings. My Discord friends group is my friend group. That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I've got a lot of Discord groups. Like that's not a brag. Most of these are like game groups and stuff. But I do have like really close friends in some of these groups. What's that? Who did what? No, they just have regular Invis. Okay. Yeah, I've got some IVU potions, but I only have like 3 of them. So if people want to use those, we can use them, and then you can feign death and run. I don't know how I feel about Cohesion joining us the last couple days. They might start liking us now. There's been... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Cohesion, some people in Cohesion don't like Rampage or didn't like Rampage. But I don't know. We've been grouping with them lately. Like this Chris guy, I've never grouped with them, but this Synexia, we grouped with them yesterday, and you know, solid people. So, you know, I have no issues with anybody. Don't judge a book by its cover. The cover being their guild name. The book being the people in it. You sure are asking for it today, huh? I am. I'm always asking for it, Twig. My girlfriend thinks I just hate her all the time. I invited her to bowling. I mean, she should... Are you actually just going to take the whole day off and try to get your tags and then go, or... Okay. You just let me know. I don't mind going and taking all the kids. But I can take the kids, but somebody's going to have to squeeze in the middle. And I don't know who would sit in the middle. But yeah, I don't mind taking them at all. And I don't think I can go to the tag office for you. Where is it at? I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know where that is. Oh, it's in downtown Somerville. Still don't know where that is. Feigned ignorance, honey. If I use it, I can use it to my advantage. Esar over here putting a damage shield that only takes 35 years to cast. I don't know why that damage shield is such a slow cast, man. It really doesn't need to be 10 seconds long. We're gonna have to camp those, Esar, for man, camping all this stuff again for early access is gonna be such a pain. And we're gonna figure out where a lot of this stuff is. That's gonna be the bigger issue. Is I think come early access, they're gonna spread out a lot of these items. There's not gonna be 5 items per monster. I don't think. There might be. It's a 1 hour repop, so is it a 1 a day kind of thing? Or is it exactly 1 hour? Oh, that's awful. I mean, we could camp it, I guess. Camp the area and get XP at some level. I mean, it's not really a big deal. It'd be an easy one to camp, though, when you're higher level. Just go sit there and every hour kill it. Yeah, the only issue is on early access, I bet you a lot of people are going to want to camp that. So that's going to be one of those ones you're going to have to get it at like 2 in the morning. And just go sit over there. Yep. All class deep dives before EA. What do you think? I don't think it's going to happen, personally. Sean, yesterday, Friday, he said that the plan is to have all of them done by early access. But I guess it depends on how you look at it. Are they going to be done for the start of early access? Yeah, I think they can do that. Right? Are they going to be done so that we can test them before early access? No, I don't think that's going to happen. The reason I say that is they're going to have a 2-week gap, a 1 to 2 week gap of between the end of beta and before early access starts. During that 2 week, they could pump out, a couple of classes that are easy to change and easy to modify. So we may not get to see some of these class changes before early access starts, which is going to feel really bad. So we're going to have to base everything on what they say. Like, this class is supposed to do this, and then, okay, based on that, this is how the class should play, and we just have to hope that the class actually ends up playing like that. Okay. Yeah, if everybody doesn't know where to go, it is definitely easier to fight there. We'll have deep dive announcement prior to EA for sure. Will everything be in and tested? Yeah. I don't think it'll be in and tested. And even if they get it, let's assume they get everything done before EA as far as the classes in, they're not going to be fully balanced. And I'm not trying to be like negative here. Like, I'm just trying to be realistic. The balancing has been pretty. I want to say bad. Atrocious is probably a better word because it has more emphasis on it. It's just been really, really bad. So hopefully they get the classes at least in, so that they can work on balance very quickly after early access starts, because I don't want the game to be so out of balance that you have one class that's so powerful and can just skyrocket to 60 and then power level, a bunch of alts to level 60 before they fix it. That's going to be a huge problem. So like, that's basically what's going on with Charm right now. If they don't have a fix to Charm by early access, people are absolutely going to power level to 60 super fast. And then they're going to go back and power level their alts, and they're going to gear up, and they're basically going to skip the journey of the game from 1 to 60 and just go straight to the end game content, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the game and what they're trying to do. So that's all I'm worried about. But we'll see what happens. You excited or scared for the changes? I'm excited for the changes. 2 ads. I'm excited for the changes because of the way that Zillith kind of explained it. It's supposed to be a very heavy tank class with higher threat, lower damage, but ultimately supposed to be like the best tank in the game. Physical damage mitigation tank, which if most of the damage done is physical damage, then it's going to be the best tank in the game. I really hope that's one side of things that I hope that they do is lean into that EverQuest style of gameplay where every class does something better than another class. Fighters being the best overall tank for the least damage taken is the thing that Warriors did in EverQuest really well. And I kind of hope that they do that. And I know there are people out there that don't like that because they're like, oh, it's not fair that only a fighter or only a warrior can tank. We camping back here. We got 2 ads. But I like that idea. I personally want them to embrace that idea. Enchanter is the best CC class. Cleric is the best healing class. Monk is the best pulling class. Like, I like that kind of stuff. But I don't know how they're going to do that for some classes. It's going to be like a Beastmaster. What the heck are they going to be the best at? I don't know. But, you know, I would like them to try to figure that out. I think that as well. I'm hoping the deep dive finishes before EA, but from how things look, I don't think it'll happen. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. I think we're going to launch EA with some deep dives. That's my guess. I just hope that they don't do they don't wait until the last minute and they're like, okay, Ranger deep dive is coming out for EA and no one has had a chance to play the Ranger and they don't realize that they just removed every single Druid spell from the Ranger. Rangers are going to get on and be like, what the heck? What happened to all my Druid spells? I expected to play the game this way and now you're saying that it plays this way. Completely different. It's like if Beastmaster had its changes at the start of early access. People were like, what happened to all my shaman spells? You know, what happened to my buffs, my debuffs? You know, where's everything at? So yeah, that's my worry, I guess, is the best way to put it. But we'll see what they do. Like, the team's doing a very good job. They're putting in effort. They need to like smooth out some of those rough edges, though. I'm going to think it'll actually be better than people getting in their 30s or 40s or 50s only to have their class change. Well, yeah, that one's even worse. Yeah. At least you'll know early on, you know, if what your class is supposed to be, rather than you put in 100 hours into your class and then they just drastically change it. You know, Wizard went from a fun quad kiting class, in my opinion, overpowered but still fun, to a what the heck is this class? I don't ever want to play it again kind of thing. And that's after I got to level 60. It feels bad. Like, I don't ever want to play my Wizard. I use him as a teleport mule. That's it. I don't really want to play it. So, but there might be some people out there that are like, they level their Wizard to 60, and they were like, I didn't like any part of that. I don't know why you continued leveling it to 60 if you didn't enjoy it, but maybe there's people on the flip side that are like, I leveled it to 60 and I didn't like any bit of it, and now with the changes, I really like it. Who the heck knows? But yeah, as long as they have it in the state that they want it to be at the start of early access, that'll be okay. And then people hopefully will just be able to figure it out. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I'll put down a campfire. I don't have much wood. That might be all the wood I have. Nope, I've got 6 more wood. 6 more wood. I feel bad for people making the wiki. They got a lot of work ahead of them and all those class changes over the next 50-ish days. They do, yeah. There were some people that were trying to update the wiki, but the same thing like Sean said not too long ago, maybe a month ago or so. It's basically don't update the wiki because too much is going to be changing and it's really not going to be worth updating the wiki. That's how I feel about my videos that I've been making. I want to make more YouTube videos, but I don't want them to be outdated. I could literally make a video today and it could be outdated tomorrow because they might change something that I'm making a video on. So that kind of feels bad. I think what I'm going to start doing, though, soon, very soon, is start making videos on the reworked classes. Not necessarily talking about their balance. I'll make probably a comment at the beginning of it that the balance and tweaking is obviously still happening. But make a video on how they play so that people are prepared for early access when it actually comes in. So that they know, like, oh, this class is going to be played in this particular way. Because I think a lot of people want to know like what the Beastmaster, how it plays, and the Spellblade and how it plays. You know, getting them to like level 30 or so, I feel like I can talk at least on the, you know, the play style of it and that kind of stuff. Oh, these zombies sound so much like Resident Evil 1 zombies. Barry, it's a monster! Like the best line from Resident Evil 1. After you see the first zombie ever. Zombie, zombie. How they fit in... Yeah, that's another good point that I'll probably make in those videos is how they fit in the solo grouping. Of course, that can change. That's one of those things I'll have to probably preface in the beginning and be like, this is all subject to change because they're still doing some tweaking on a lot of different things. But yeah, some classes being built for solo versus other classes, you know, being built more for group play. Oh no! How do I have 202 strength? I don't want 202 strength. That makes me do less damage. I need to drop 2 strength. I've only played 2 classes, Cleric and Enchanter. I thought Cleric was okay until I played Enchanter. Enchanter is really fun and Cleric is bad. Yeah, that's what I try to explain to so many people that they just don't get. When I say something like a class is overpowered and they're like, no, the class feels perfect to exactly where it's at. And it's like, well, how many classes have you played? Right? And how many other people have you played with? It makes a drastic difference. If you have played just the Cleric, and that's the only class that you played, and people invite you to their group, and you're like, I get groups all the time, and as a cleric, and everything's fine, there's nothing wrong. But then you go and play like a druid or a shaman, then you're like, oh, now I get it. And it's like it's one of those things, you don't know what you don't know. You know, like you just don't realize what it is that you're missing. And that's what I'm trying to help people understand. Some people want to hear it and some people don't. And that's okay. If you don't believe me, if you just want to disagree with me, that's okay. But yeah, it's really rough. Like I just don't like when people do that. It bothers me because I'm like, you need to go try different aspects of the game. Was it I Lose? If you're still in here, I Lose, for example. I'm going to use him as an example. What are these? Did this just drop? Oh, that's the belt you have. I Lose, for example, was playing a necromancer on the PvP server and didn't realize about the whole fear kiting thing and the charm kiting and stuff. That makes a big difference once you learn how to do that. You ask a craft question? Yeah, I know a decent amount about crafting. I can try to help you out with it. Depends on the question, though. But I'll do my best. But yeah, I really recommend trying, if you have an idea of different classes you want to play, try them all out until like level 10 or 20 if you can. I know that takes a lot of time. People want me to play classes all the way up to level 60 before I'm allowed to comment on them. And it's like, my goodness. But I do recommend trying to get to at least level 10. I highly recommend getting to level 20 or higher on a class, because you may not even unlock all of its abilities until 20 or higher. Like, Spellblade doesn't even get one of its spells until level 24. Did you know the Wizard doesn't get Fireball until level 48? Like, the pinnacle spell, like the spell for Wizards, Fireball, doesn't happen until level 48. So can you really like compare Wizards to other classes without even getting to the Fireball spell? It's like that's like the bread and butter of any Wizard in any game ever. Just feels weird. When I try to craft on a campfire, I have 0 recipes. When I read around, it says that I need to process food with a cleaver in a butcher table. I can't find these tables. Process food. Okay. According to AI. Don't listen to AI. AI don't know nothing. No, on a campfire, you just need meat. Put the meat in the campfire and then hit cook, and that's all you can cook on a campfire right now. So when you get meat, that's it. Get meat, put it on campfire, cook, done. The only way, if you want to cook with ingredients, then you need to take it and put it into a kitchen area. Like go to the cook in Night Harbor, for example, and there's like a little kitchen there. That'll allow you to put additional ingredients in there. Is this camp Upper Sama in Fallen Pass? It is, yes. That sounds like a mistake. The class identity should come online by level 10 to 20. I mean, it does. The class identity comes online by level, I would say by 20 for most of these classes. But Fireball, you don't get it until level 48. And it's like, the problem with it is, when you get Fireball, it's actually less efficient. Fireball and Greater Fireball on a wizard are less efficient spells than other damaging spells in that the wizard already has. So they're just not worth using. But yeah, look here. So it says right here, item. If you had meat, I don't have any meat. But if you take a piece of meat and you stick it right in there of that item and then hit craft, it'll cook it. And that's it. There's no recipes or anything on the campfire anymore. There used to be recipes. but they kind of got rid of that. So me, that does not give anything. Does not work right now. Yeah, if you put meat into that campfire and hit cook, and it doesn't have like a little cast bar, it just doesn't do anything right now. But most meat should be cookable. It'll like you could turn most meat into some sort of other meat. I think there are some though that you can't cook, but majority of them that you run into, you can cook. Yes, one meat at a time. You do have to put in one at a time. It's really tedious to cook at a campfire because you have to do one at a time. If you have like a recipe, like at a kitchen, and you click on the recipe, and then you can hit craft all. If you have a bunch of the ingredients, it's much easier that way. But right now, cooking is not really worth using. Level it up if you want to, and do whatever, if you want to check it out. But there's no benefit currently to cooking, other than you can just make free food. But you can buy food, you can buy rations, and you can buy water, and it's really not that expensive. So I just recommend buying rations and water. Just hit 19 on my cleric, and I love it, but hell level and 20 unlocks, new heal. Nice, nice. Yeah, you got to get through that hell level, man. It feels weird to me why they even have hell levels. Like, the idea is the sense of satisfaction. This is according to Sean. The sense of satisfaction when you get through the level, and then the rewards you get afterwards. But that only happens at level 19 to 20 for the spellcasters, because they get new spells at level 20. But you get, again, new spells at level 24, so that's the hell level. So you get new spells when you go into the hell level, and then they get nothing new at level 25. So it's like, what's the reward other than just the satisfaction of getting through it? They really need to look into that some more. And I think they are doing some of that, giving different abilities at different level ranges. But they've only done so far, the wizard and the druid for spellcasters. And I still think they get spells every 4 levels. And they're upgraded spells every 4 levels. They get a few extra spells kind of in between here and there, but it's still mostly every 4 levels. No EQL? No. No Daybreak for me. Daybreak, bad company. I refuse to support that company. When did hell level start? Level 19 is the first hell level, and they're every 5 levels after that until 44. And then you have another hell level from 51 through 59. So, yeah, 19, 24, 29, 34, 39, 44, 51 through 59. I agree. I think they need more hell levels, but more rewards. I mean, sure. I think there should be a reward at the end of each hell level. Like, you got through it, you've earned something. Other than just simply satisfaction. But, I don't know. You already get the satisfaction of getting through a level in general, like. Personally, I say take the hell levels out, remove or keep the ones from level 1 or a 51 to 59, keep those in, but take the rest of them out. That's my preference. Because it's just the other ones just kind of feel weird. Feel like slowing down hell level is a good idea overall. I think they should just spread the XP out to all those levels. They need to just slow down leveling in general, in my opinion. I feel like it's still far too fast, especially the first like 30 levels or something. Like, it's just far too fast. Once you get to level 40-ish, 45 or so, I mean 44, that hell level, it definitely slows down, and you can feel it slow down. But up until that point, I don't know. I just don't feel like I don't feel like it takes long enough. And people won't be invested in their characters. I think that the first, like, 10 levels should be relatively quick. Just to get you into your character and start feeling the role of your character. Because up until about level 10, everybody's kind of the samesies. And then once you hit level 10, it's like, okay, now I need to have a tank and a healer and a DPS, maybe a crowd control depending on what dungeon I go to. You know, all of that kind of stuff. And that's where, like, the classes really start to come online. My goodness, this is driving me nuts. 2 hours of camping done. So need to go touch some grass. Yeah, go touch some grass, man. Get outside. Get that fresh air. I went for a bike ride this morning, and it was fabulous. I didn't touch any grass, though. So maybe I missed out. They did cut down a giant tree, though, on one of our bike trails. And that was kind of poopy. Have you completed all raid content that was in the game until they took it out? Yes. Yeah, I had done all of it. It was far, 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 far too easy. There was only one raid that I felt like took any type of coordination. And then one that just took a lot of players. Well, we'll see what they do when they bring him back. They're looking at bringing back that raid content, like the Bone Construct was a raid. When it comes back, it will not be a raid, is what it seems like. Seems like they're going to be bringing that back as single group content. So it's going to be like kind of tuned for 6 players. So like we'll see what they do with that. Yeah, I really hope, like, I hope that the raids are bigger in this game. You know, something that has happened in MMOs more recently is they keep making raids smaller and smaller and smaller. You know, EverQuest had unlimited raid sizes, which was bad. You could just Zerg everything. Then they started to have 72-man raid sizes. You know, so they tuned things, I guess, for like 72 players. Then you went to World of Warcraft, and those had the heck? Those had 40-man raids, which I think that's a good area. Like 40-man raid, I think is a pretty sweet spot. EverQuest 2 only had like 24 players. You know, they keep getting smaller and smaller, and you know, I don't mind having like some small raids, but I also it's nice having those really big raids. It's really fun to get a guild together to go do that. But Sean was talking about raids in this game being 12, maybe 18 players. So like 3 groups tops. So we'll see. Yeah, WoW went from 40-man, and then they had 20-man, and now they've got 10-man raids. I would like to see something around like 36. So like 6 groups of 6 would be great. That'd be a fun raid size. But absolutely get rid of the ability to Zerg. The Zerging thing always irks me. It means that you don't need to be prepared, you don't need to be skilled, you don't need to like it's just throw bodies at it till it dies. Did he just get mezzed again? This is what? Yeah, this is a pretty solid group. It's great. I just guarantee it's slower XP than everyone in here except for the rogue could probably solo faster. But they wouldn't be camping loot at the same time, so I mean, I don't know. I still think they should up the XP of groups a little bit more. Yeah, like maybe 50% faster. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You got to chain pull for this to be good. I don't want it. But I don't want it. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? I figure we watch Cheap Detective some time this week. Yeah. You didn't want to? What, did y'all watch anything? Oh, she sucks. What? On the big screen? That was a waste of the big screen, but okay. For everyone. That sounds awful. XP is definitely awful compared to, well, you know, yeah, it is. It is. But the camaraderie, like, I totally get it when people say that. It's like, but you don't have the you don't have the fun of hanging out with other people. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You don't have that. But I could hang out with other people and still get faster XP. Just be in Discord with them and chat. Race to see who can get the most XP. You can make it fun. It just depends on how you want to play the game. Yeah, as of right now, I'll be most likely duoing from 1 to 60 is what it looks like is going to happen. The only time we'll group up is when we hit certain level ranges. Maybe we'll group up to go camp certain mobs. Think you know me by now. I love the social aspect. Honed in on you guys. Yeah, the social aspect's the best. It really is. I love it. That's like, if I didn't like the social aspect, I wouldn't be here on my level 60 character. You know, like, do I need anything from here? No, absolutely not. But this is what the social aspect is about. It's about building those relationships and building those friendships for the future of the game. Like, as you progress and, you know, oh, now I want to go camp something. Okay, cool. We have people that we can call on and be like, hey, do you want to go help camp this? That's what I love about it. Mother Sorrow, I don't need it. I'll take one. If it drops, I would absolutely use it and take it. But do I need it? No, I don't need it. But I would like to have one for soloing reasons. Because it gives you a heal proc. So, it's nice to have. Fighters and proc weapons, though, are not the best. Like, having a proc on a weapon, of course, is better than not having a proc on it. But fighters don't get high dex usually. Like, you only need enough dex to be able to hit the mob you're fighting, and that's it. Silent Outlaw leggings. Where are better trousers than that? Oh boy. Crafted. I'm pretty sure crafted ones are better. I could probably make you crafted pants. Let me look. Yeah, we have to check, but enchanted leather cap has 4 int 4 wisdom on it. So I'm pretty sure the enchanted leather pants will have something similar. Makes you feel good. I don't mean to make you feel bad about it, but I'm pretty sure that crafted leather pants, enchanted crafted leather pants are going to have 4 wisdom and something else. So at least you'll have an additional stat. And if you make the crafted enchanted padded leather pants, they're going to have like 5 wisdom and something else on them. But I don't know what you would actually get, like best in slot druid leather gear. I don't know. I'm not sure where that would come from. Mai. August 20th, honey. What do you want? What we don't have any plans, right? 21st, we're going out of town. It doesn't depend. You have no plans on the 20th. You do. What? The 21st after school. I gotta figure that part out. You need to what? Okay, yeah, just let me know. If I can't make it, that's okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Figure out, just let me know. I gotta figure out what we're doing. If it's just gonna be the 2 of us, then I'll make different plans. But if it's gonna be all 4 of us, I'll make different plans if it's gonna be all 4 of us. Yeah, it'll be somewhere. Yeah, it's at Brian. Same place we went last time for the reunion that you went to with the pool and the stuff. Yeah, same place. And he will have the pool open so the kids can swim and all that. The info page I use does not have much options. For what? But yeah, that on the 20th. The reason I was saying that's the 3rd Thursday thing. Yeah, if we want to go to Somerville, and we can walk around there and then we hit lunch or whatever at one of those places. Or sorry, dinner, I guess. We haven't been to that one place. You know, we went back that one time after they changed owners. We haven't been back since. The one place we used to go to. Huh? Yeah, that sounds right. Where we sat outside. When they changed owners, the Pages people bought it, right? Oh, we could just also sit out and have a $2 ticket for kids. And the kids can just run around. Follow me. Thinking of butterbeer. Trousers? Oh, yeah. I'll have to... I can look up some pants. It's just... We don't have a good way to look up gear. I have a list of, like, every single mob in the game and what they drop. But I can look it up by name of the item or name of the mob, but it's... I can't be like, pants. What do you have? Get better? I know, right? I mean, I could spend the time and copy all of it over to a to like an Excel spreadsheet, but golly, dude, it would take so much time. Dag nabbit. Load faster. Not that important. Just thought you guys might know off the top of... Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Kaz might know. Kaz played a... he played a druid on the alpha. And... he might know... he might remember what he used. What he wore. Thought Esau knew everything? He knows a lot. He's the one that camps everything. Do you remember what Kaz had for pants in Alpha on his druid? He had what? You're quiet. Oh, Gora pants? Yeah, so I guess the Gora pants... Yeah, Eminem drop page does have quite a few things. Yeah, they don't have every item in the game, but they have quite a few. Just discovered this game through Kungan. What class are you playing? I'm on the fighter at the moment. Yeah, Kungan has been definitely helpful for getting more people to see this game with his much larger audience. Much, much larger audience. Looks amazing. It's great. Yeah, I love it. Still a lot of work to do, but I love it. So it's a lot of fun. I think Nolan's going to stay and come over around 6 or so. 6:30 instead. Since he'll be here all week. It ain't bedtime. Well, I mean, bedtime for me. Let me see if he's going to eat dinner over there then. Is Kungan not streaming anymore? He was streaming it today. He's been streaming it like every day for the past week or so. I don't know how long he streams for though. He's logging in like an hour. I want to see what other streamers are playing. Gotcha. I play a lot of things in this game. I played this game a stupid amount. It's the only game that I play. What do you like about each class you play? I mean, I like them all. I've played just about every class in the game, so that would be a long list to go through. But yeah, I like what I'm looking forward to the most in this game is having each class be unique, different. What? New, okay. But yeah, just having different classes be unique and have like a special feel. I like that too. There's a lot of overlap and roles between each, but each does it differently. They're getting rid of the overlap. A lot of that's changing right now. They're doing these deep dives on the classes and completely redoing all of the different classes. So they've only done 6 out of 18 so far. And the 6 that they have done have a lot less overlap than previous ones. So. Those are decent shoulders. I think mine are better. Yeah, less strength, but mine have agility, HP, so yeah. And then way more AC. Decent shoulders, though. Okay, that's fine. Okay. What level did Kungan get to? I know that on one of the opens, I think he got to like level close to 40 during an open test, but I'm not sure what he got to on the closed beta. He's been playing it quite a bit though, so I imagine he's got to be getting up there in level at this point. Shadow Warrior, he's upper 20s. Okay, so he's on the Shadow Knight class. Cool. Yeah, I think I want to say he started over. He's been playing an under 20 SK. Okay. That's good. I'm glad he's kind of branching out. He played a Necromancer. The only class I saw him play was a Necromancer on the open test. Play Archer. The website talks about it being a preparation and positioning focused class. Yeah, so you kind of got to understand the gameplay and then understand the devs and how they word things. It is a preparation and positioning type of class, but that doesn't kind of explain it very well. What they mean by preparation is with the Archer, you're going to be leveling up your tinkering skill, which is a trade skill that you can level up to make traps and make different arrows and things. So it's a preparation in the sense that you craft all of that stuff first, have it in your bags ready to use, and then you just go out and play the game that way. So it is preparation in that sense. But as far as its gameplay, you're mostly just going to be kind of standing anywhere you want. Like in a group setting, like you could just be standing over here where these guys are standing and shooting the mob with arrows. Like you don't need to like position yourself in any special way to be able to do that. You just be at range and shooting arrows at the enemy. They make it sound a little bit more preparation and positioning than it actually is. But there is some to it. Like they have an ability called Sniper's Blind where they go invisible and then fire an arrow to do bonus damage. You're not going to really be using that too much in combat. You could, but it kind of, I don't know. Some of that stuff's a little bit clunky, the way that it works. But it's a very good DPS class. Very high DPS class. Yeah, you got to gather mats for the arrows and things like that. So that's the kind of gameplay that it is. Same rampage for Classic WoW? I don't think it's the same as Classic WoW. No. I mean, it might be associated with them. I don't think so. This rampage is from P99. I was not in the guild on P99. They created that and came over here. But they might have a WoW guild as well. I don't know. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm hungry and I don't know what I want to do for food. No. I don't want hives. Site says Warrior has shared cooldown abilities and stances that force you to make decisions. Is that accurate or overstated? Very, very, very overstated. Very overstated. You have two stances on the fighter. So you have offensive stance and defensive stance. Every single fighter I know in the game right now stays in offensive stance for everything all the time, except for when you're fighting like a very, very challenging enemy. Then you might switch to defensive stance. Even then, I tanked every raid boss in this game when they had them in the game in offensive stance. I didn't even switch to defensive stance. So it's very, very overstated. But then you have these defense abilities, like defense right here. It's a 5-minute ability that you use it at the start of a fight. You have this one right here, which is a 20-minute ability that gives you guaranteed crits for whatever it is, 12 seconds. It's just abilities that you use here and there. Yeah, it's very, very overstated. Most of the things they say are very overstated, to be honest. You just have to understand, like, everything is much slower in this game than it is in most of your other MMOs. Just a very, very slow-paced game comparatively. So you're not really going to be making decisions on the fly. Like, oh, I need to switch to my defense stance. Now, that said, when they do the deep dive, they might make the fighter a stance dance class, kind of like the World of Warcraft warrior is. Where you want to be in offensive stance as much as you can to gain the threat and the damage, and then switch to defensive stance for the big hits. And a really well played fighter or warrior in World of Warcraft would do the stance dancing. I really hope that they don't put stance dancing in this game. Like, I just don't like that gameplay. Large streamers like Kungden are great for visibility. I'm worried he's sort of overselling the game as a finished, immaculate product. I don't think he does a good job of conveying its current status and setting expectations. I would agree with that. I mean, that's a thing where people come into my stream and they hear a lot of critiques and me like basically being, I guess, negative towards the game. But it's not because I'm negative towards it. I think the game is great. It's a fantastic game. But I don't want to oversell it and make people feel like the game is complete. They're going to be paying for this game in October 1st. And you're going to get into the game and you're going to start playing it, and people are going to put in stupid amounts of time, as they do with most games, and they're going to find a lot of issues. The more you play the game, the more issues you're going to find. And when you find those issues, you may or may not be okay with them. So it depends on you and how, like, what you're okay with. But yeah, I people call it, what is it, the toxic positivity that's happening a lot. And it's just like everything is great and fine and fantastic and keep doing what you're doing, devs. And it's like, I'm there, I get you, but there are things wrong with the game. There absolutely are things wrong with it. Take care, Twig. Have a good one, bud. Appreciate you stopping by. But no, like, I appreciate what Kungen does. But yeah, like that whole, game's great, go buy game, that kind of thing. People are they're gonna take that, they're gonna go get it, and they're gonna be like, wait a minute, like this wasn't everything it was cracked up to be. Oh, we got the chest. Didn't somebody want this? I want to say somebody wanted that chest. I just forget who it was. Oops, why is it still on my cursor? Oh my goodness gracious. What? Oh, I have no idea who wants what. Oh, they've got that staff. I mean, which is good depending on if they want a little bit of charisma or not. I would have that 2 different staffs, one for intelligence and another one for charisma. But whatever. Well, we've seen the 2 of the named here. I think there's more that we can pull. I don't know how many named are pulling right now, but or placeholders. Could you explain the group makeup? Your warrior tanking, of course. That's monk DPSing and pulling. Cleric with the shield healing you. 2 casters. You're close. You're close. So yes, I am playing a fighter. I am currently tanking. So fighters, inquisitors, paladins, and shadow knight are tanks in this game. They are not considered to be DPS classes. They are a tank class. So fighters are tanks. So I am doing that. We have a monk that is doing DPS pulling. He's a melee DPS class that's really good at pulling because they have feign death. So they're able to pull. If they pull too many mobs, they can feign death and reset them. Then we have the person with a shield back there is actually a druid. So that's going to be our healer. Druid, shaman, and cleric can all heal really well. So the druid is currently our healer. We have Dorencia over there as the enchanter. Enchanters are good at CC. She is also charming this Plagueborn Watchman right here that we're using to fight. So she's able to charm that and have it attack the enemies. Charm right now is extremely strong. Probably will get tuned. Definitely will get tuned and changed at some point. It's really overpowered at the moment compared to other abilities. And then the last person in the group is a wizard, and they're just nuking mobs. Basically, they'll do like this 5-shot nuke thing, which gets stacks on it, and then they'll do big nukes after that. So that's the current group makeup. I genuinely hope someone could make a video where the names are at Salmon. Maybe you, sir. I'm joking. I might be able to do an Upper Salmon name run through at some point. Maybe I can get on Isar one day, because then I can at least feign death, run around, or just get like IVU and do it. I gotta remember where all of them are myself. I know where most of them are. But yeah, like in this game, group makeup is going to generally be... There's 4 different roles in a group. So you're generally going to want to have one of each, at least. So you're going to have a tank, a healer, a DPS, and then a utility / crowd control class, or a CC class. The best CC class is the Enchanter right now, and that crowd control is needed. So if you're coming from a game like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or any of the more modern MMOs, they don't use a lot of crowd control anymore. There was some crowd control in World of Warcraft in the early days, but they generally just don't use it. But what we mean by crowd control is like the sheep from World of Warcraft. So you only want to fight usually one enemy at a time. And while you're fighting that one enemy, you would mesmerize any other enemy that's there so that they don't do anything. They're not going to attack you. Monsters in this game hit very hard, and if you have multiple of them running around just beating on people, it's obviously going to be a problem. And threat on tanks, it's very difficult for a tank to hold aggro on multiple targets. So, especially if the DPS are on multiple targets. It's impossible for a tank to hold threat if they have a DPS spreading out DPS on different targets. Are level 1 rogues still able to explore everything everywhere, or did they nerf their stealth? They nerfed their stealth. Yeah, they definitely nerfed that. Now what it is the mob, a mob that's higher level than you can see you. So there's an aggro radius on mobs. The aggro radius is if you're in front of a target, it's 10 meters is the general aggro radius. If you are stealth and outside of that 10-meter range, a mob just won't aggro you. But I'm just saying 10 meters. It might be a little bit more or less depending on the mob and stuff. But if you're outside of that aggro range, it's just not going to aggro you, and your stealth will work just fine. When you get inside of that aggro range, however, stealth is based on if the mob is higher level than you. It goes 10% less less aggro range, more aggro range, or whatever, depending on how you want to look at it. It takes away 10% of the aggro range per level above you. So if you are stealth and a mob is 1 level above you, you can get 10% closer than somebody that's not stealth before it will aggro you. If it's 2 levels above you, it would be like 20% closer. So it just kind of reduces that range, or I guess it technically increases that range or whatever. So it just lets you get closer to them. But you can't, a level 1 character cannot just like walk right up to a mob and hug it if it's, like much higher level than it. Each class, while being kind of primarily one of the 4 roles, are kind of able to overlap or sub on those roles in a pinch. So that's where it kind of gets a little bit fuzzy. A tank is a tank is a tank. They're never going to be better DPS than another class. They're not even going to be close. A DPS class will always outshine a tank class. Okay. So that's where it kind of gets a little bit fuzzy. Right now, the Druid, for example, is a healer, and it can heal really well. but it can also do very well in damage. Like it can do damage very similar to that of a wizard. That is not the intent. So most likely the damage on that will come down some. They are still going to be able to damage, but yeah, you're not going to be flexing into other roles. You're not going to be like, oh, I want to play a fighter and I want to spec into all damaging and be a DPS fighter. That does not happen in this game. You are still going to be a tank. Your skills dictate that you're a tank. You are a tank. So you can always like join a group and be like, oh, I'm not going to tank. Yeah, that's the necklace, Isar. Oh, okay. I thought I did. So yeah, like that's it's kind of weird. But that said, classes like the fighter is most likely going to be the best tank in the game. Like the other tanks are just not going to be able to do the same thing that a fighter can do as far as tanks are concerned, as far as mitigating damage. But the other three tanks can tank really well, and they can also, like you're saying, dip into other roles. So like a paladin can tank, but it also has some healing capabilities. So kind of think of those four roles. You have the four different roles, and you have tank, you have healer, you have DPS, and you have utility. And the more you go into one role, the more you have to take out of another role. So if you go 100% into DPS, you're going to have 0 utility, 0 healing, 0 tanking capabilities. But if you go into, go into really heavy into tanking, it's going to take away from the other ones. So everybody's going to have a little bit of all of those. So let's say the starting is everybody gets 10% of each. 10% DPS, 10% healing, and 10% utility, and 10% tanking. So that's 40% of your overall what your class can do. Then they start to go heavily into one of those roles. A fighter is going to go like another 40% into tanking. So they're going to have like a good 50% of their kit is going to be tanking. And then they're going to have maybe 20 or 30% in utility, which is only going to, let's say 30% into DPS. So that means that 80% of their kit is between tanking and DPS. They're going to have 0 in healing, like 0 capability of healing. And then they might have like 20% in utility. So that's basically going to be how it works. So when you look at something like a paladin, they might be like 40% tanking, so they're going to be a little bit less than a fighter at tanking. Still 30% in DPS, so that's 70%. But then they're going to be like a good 20% into their healing capabilities, and then 10% into their utility. So that's kind of a way to think about it. To kind of, out of 100%, you can only have 100% of those 4 things. So you have to take away something to get into something else. Hopefully that makes sense the way I explained it. Rogue will be like, 80% DPS and probably like 15% utility, and then the 0% healing, and then maybe like 5% in their tanking, which means that they basically can't tank. Like anything effectively can tank, as they can take a hit from a mob, but when I mean tanking, it's like they can take multiple hits without dying. There are some classes, though, that, like, as far as in a pinch kind of thing, like an off tank. So, like a monk, or maybe a ranger, they can be okay off tanks. They like the monk, for example, gets a taunt ability, so they can taunt the mob, putting all threat to them, and then they have a longer, like a 5-minute cooldown to reduce physical damage by, I think it's like 60% or something. It's a really high amount for like 15 seconds. So it's kind of like this defense ability. It's very similar to this defense ability. It's actually a little bit better than that defense ability. So for a temporary amount of time, a monk can off-tank a mob, but once that defensive stance wears off, then they're taking a lot more damage. So you don't want them tanking for a long time, but a temporary off-tank is kind of what a monk can do. Their off-tanking, though, is kind of like for their pulling. So you would think that, like, a monk would go, they'd try to pull 5 mobs. They might use their cooldown, their tanking cooldown, to be able to pull those 5 mobs and get them to the camp without dying. Because if mobs start to hit them, they're going to take a lot of damage. So they can off-tank temporarily if they want to, or they can use it as a pulling tool to be able to pull mobs to the group. What do you want? What do I want to see with the fighter revamp? Basically what they said they're going to do with the fighters, so we'll see if they do it well, or at least in my opinion, if they do it well. I want the fighter to be the best defensive character in the game with high threat. For the tanks, I want it to be a decently high DPS class for a tank class. But I don't want it to be much higher than the other tanks. Like, I want all the tanks to kind of do the same DPS. But I want it to be very high single target threat and very defensive. That's what I think that the fighter should be. Makes sense. That's what I meant. Some classes will bring dips in other roles that can utilize but not replace the role. Yeah, that can work. Want to see the AC rework? Yes, I do want to see the AC rework. I really hope that comes in with the fighter revamp. I like one of the abilities that I would like to see is a riposte type ability, and they talked about doing some sort of retaliation type of thing with the fighters. So I don't know if they're going to do it like a riposte, where every time that you get hit, you have a chance to riposte, which is kind of a parry and attack back. And it will be an automatic, like innate thing that you just have. Or if they're going to make it more of a skill type of situation where when you get hit, you have a skill that allows you to attack back. If they do it that way, it'll probably be tied to block. So when you block, you can then retaliate with an attack. They might do something like that, which is okay. But I would like to just see like an innate riposte type of ability, you know, like a parry or a dodge or a block type of ability that just automatically, when you take a hit, if you're facing the enemy, you attack back. AC being armor class? Yes, armor class, yeah. Isn't agility really good for tanking currently? Agility is the best stat right now for tanks, yes. Armor class is broken. Basically how it's broken is mob does X damage as base damage, and then it does plus bonus damage. So it's basically base plus bonus damage. You only mitigate the base damage. You don't mitigate bonus damage. So at low level, very few mobs have that bonus damage. And as you get higher level, the bonus damage goes up. The base damage goes up some, but the bonus damage gets a lot bigger. And right now, you don't mitigate bonus damage with your armor class. It's like a secondary thing that goes straight to your health pool. So the only way to mitigate that damage is by dodge, block, and parry. To increase your chance to dodge, block, and parry, agility affects that chance. So that's why agility right now is kind of the best tanking stat. Once they fix armor class, however, then agility may not be as mandatory. It'll still be good, but it may not be as good as it currently is, because then it might be having more health is better, because you're able to take more hits, and since your armor class is reducing every physical damage hit, then the health is a little bit better because of that. So it'll slide that bar a little bit, but agility is always going to be very good. Because if you parry or dodge an attack, it completely mitigates, 100% mitigation of the attack. And block is a 50% mitigation of the attack. So those three are clearly very strong if you can get very high agility. So you're probably always going to want to have high agility on a tank. As high as you can get it. But I wouldn't necessarily, once they fix armor class, I wouldn't forego armor class for agility unless it's like, you know, you get like 10 agility for one armor class, and of course take the agility. That's way better. But if it's like 1 agility for 1 armor class, I mean, those are going to be pretty close. Hopefully once they fix the armor class. It'll probably be more like for every agility that you gain, 2 armor class or 3 armor class would be good. Because like you can look at my armor class right here, right there. I have 465 armor class. I can get 255 agility. So like a 2-to-1 ratio there, right? This isn't capped armor class. I could probably get upwards of about 500, maybe 550 armor class if I were to go full into armor class with a shield and everything. Around 500 to 550 is what you could probably get up to. So if you think about it that way, you know, it's like a 2-to-1 ratio. Like 2 agility to 500, two armor class to 1 agility. But right now it's more like agility is probably worth like 5 to 10 armor class. It's worth quite a bit, maybe even more because of the bug. That sucks. So AC is good at start, but falls off. Falls off very quickly at higher level, yeah. Very, very quickly. I mean, it's still useful at high level because you still mitigate the base damage. But like a monster might do... A level 1 monster is going to hit you for like 1 to 5, let's say. And then it might go up every level plus 1. Let's just say it's plus 1 just for argument's sake. So a level 60 monster might be doing 61 to 65 damage, right, for the base. But the bonus damage at level 1 will be 0. But by the time you get to level 60, you might get 200 bonus damage. So now the mob is doing, a level 60 mob might be hitting you for 260 damage. 200 of that being bonus, so you're only mitigating, like, let's say 60 of it. But then you have the other 200 of it that you're not mitigating at all. So it starts to feel really bad as you get higher level. Like, armor class is almost worthless. It's not worthless, but it's very close to worthless. At level 60. So, yeah. But they're going to be fixing that soon. They do know about the bug. And they are looking into tweaking it and how it functions. I don't know if they're going to change the formula for it or what they're changing exactly. But supposedly they're going to fix it to where you start to mitigate that damage. Like monsters in this game at level 60 hit for about 300, anywhere from 200 to 300 damage depending on the monster type and all that kind of stuff. They hit me for like 150 to 250 maybe, but they'll hit like a low AC character for like 300 damage, like consistently. What about strength versus dex? So, yeah, each of the different stats do different things. Strength is going to increase your damage, your physical damage, very specifically. So if you do physical damage, strength affects it. That's just kind of a rule throughout the game. Even if it's ranged, so like an archer still wants very high strength because they do physical damage. Dexterity is going to increase your hit chance as well as your proc chance. So if you have a weapon or an ability that adds an effect on swing, it increases your chance of that effect going off. And then it increases your chance to hit monsters. Dexterity is not really beneficial unless you're fighting things higher level than you, or if you have like a lot of procs on your character. So like a Spellblade, dexterity is very beneficial because it's going to increase their DPS substantially because of the procs. But on a fighter, you only need enough dexterity to be able to hit the enemy that you're fighting consistently. If you're fighting something lower level than you, you basically don't need any dex at all because you're just going to hit it pretty consistently. If it's higher level than you, you're going to need more dex because you're going to be missing it more often. The strength strength formula is also bugged currently. If you have over 200 strength, you actually do less damage. So you get more damage up to 200 strength, and then it starts to go backwards for some weird reason. So that reminded me I need to put on my sharpening stones, which gives me more strength. Have the devs stated what the content would be like at max level? We're talking raids. Yes. So this game is mostly about the journey. It's going to be mostly about the leveling process. Oh, jeez. It's mostly about the leveling process from 1 to 60. And their emphasis is on single group content being the majority of the content in the game. But it will have in-game raid type content. So there will be stuff where you're going to get multiple groups together, go fight it, and get some of the best gear in the game. It'll also be very challenging. But the raids that they had in the game previously were very broken. They were way too easy. They just, some of the mechanics didn't work. All of that. And they had them in the game for a while. And they're fun, but they're simple. They're very, very simple. So if you've done raids in other games, then this would be kind of a joke raid-wise. The most mechanically difficult raid in this game was a mob that had 2 adds. So you spawn the mob. It's got 2 adds that you have to off-tank, and those adds do an AoE, and that's it. You can either burn down the named, or you can kill the 2 adds and make it easier. I always felt like killing the adds was the easier way to go, but you can off-tank the 2 adds if you want to throughout the entire fight and just kill the named if you want to. But you can kind of go either way. The reason people were generally burning down the named is because they were able to Zerg it. So you would have like the three total mobs up, and they would just focus the name down and burn it as fast as possible, which I feel like is a cheesy way to do it and shouldn't be able to do it that way. I think you should have to defeat the entire encounter before you get loot. But anyway, that was the biggest mechanic in any raid in this game. Most of them are just kind of tank and spank. You know, tank grabs it, stand in a corner, DPS it, heal the tank, win fight. I'm hoping with the revamp on the raids, they're currently doing a revamp on all the raids. I'm hoping we see something new there, something different. And they add new things to do with that. Hey, there's the shield. Vor might actually want that. I assume he's going to. You want that, Vor? I think it's better than your shield. Probably by a good amount. But yeah, this right here, what we're currently doing is kind of the end game content. So it's gearing up in this game takes a lot of effort. So you're gonna want to get into a group and really focus on getting really good gear. If you want to do raids, your tank especially is going to need to have that gear. Once they fix armor class, of course. So it's a lot like old school EverQuest in that sense, where gear it's a very gear dependent game, extremely gear dependent. Have they done any external testing with the Expedition Islands for late game? Oh, yeah, I was going to talk about that here in a second, so I'm glad you brought it up. Have you tested them? Aren't they supposed to be EA in-game? So, yeah, they haven't done any type of external testing with the islands. Last I heard, they have 2 different expeditions. So, let me explain expeditions. The biggest in-game part, aside from the raid bosses that I just talked about, they're going to do expeditions, and they're going to be these islands. And you're going to have to get a group of people together, maybe multiple groups of people together, and you're going to charter an expedition to that island. So we don't know how that's going to function, how you're going to actually get there, etc., but you're going to have to charter an expedition. You're going to go to the island via a boat or something. You may have to fight monsters on the boat while you're on the way there. Once you get to the island, there's going to be special types of things you can harvest, special types of monsters that are going to be on the island, and then also a raid dungeon on the island that's going to be just filled with very challenging enemies that you're going to need multiple groups to fight. So that's the idea. And then not only do you have to get to the island, fight the monsters, and kill them, but you're also going to have to get back to the mainland. You won't be able to go to the island and then teleport off of the island, like loot all the items, get all the stuff, and then teleport back out. The items from the expedition island will be all no teleport, meaning if you teleport, they delete themselves. So they'll just disappear. So you're going to want to get to the island and then use an expedition to get off the island. So that's going to basically be how that works. It sounds really cool on paper. Hopefully they do it justice. I'm really, really looking forward to it. Drop rates are low and require a lot of farming. Yes, drop rates. So when you kill a named, I would say not everything is going to be like this, but the majority of named in the game, they're going to be like a 20% chance that they spawn a named. So when you kill a placeholder, 20% chance that you spawn a named. And every named will drop an item when you kill it, for the most part. But there could be a pool of 3, 4, 5 items that mob drops. So there's going to be common items, there's going to be uncommon items, more rare items, and maybe even super rare items, or ultra rare items. Generally speaking, you're only going to want the more uncommon and rare items. The common items are probably not going to be that great. So the idea there is the common item drops are, if you don't have better by this level, then you need to have this gear. The rare items are going to be, this gear is going, or the uncommon items are going to be like, this gear is going to be really good for the next 2 to 5 levels as you level up. The rare items are going to be like 10 plus levels worth of value. They're going to be really good for the next 10 plus levels. So let's say you get a super ultra rare item at level 20 off of a mob. That might carry you until you start killing mobs around level 30 to 40 before you start seeing anything better. But the idea is that ultra rare item would probably be replaced by a common item by level 40. So the items that you get that are common are going to just kind of be like standard. You're going to need this to be able to DPS the mob fast enough, tank the mob, heal the tank, etc. So that's the idea. They're still working on that. Itemization still needs a lot of work, but that's the idea. And drop rates are very low. Some of the drop rates are like 5 or 10%. So you might have like a 20% chance that the name spawns, and then like a 10% chance to get the actual item that you want. So that basically makes it a 2% chance every rotation, which mobs spawn every 8 to 10 minutes in this game, depending on the zone and depending on the mob. Most of the time. There are some that are longer, etc. But the average like camp is going to be 8 to 10 minute respawn, which means you have a chance of getting that mob every 8 to 10 minutes, and then a chance of getting that item. So every, let's say, 10 minutes, you have a 2% chance to get the rare item off of that mob. So it's a really small amount. So 2% chance, 10 minutes. It's going to take you 2%. It means 50 placeholders. So it could be 500 minutes of camping an area for statistically getting the item that you want, right? So it can take a long time. We actually camped something not too long ago that took us approximately 60 hours of camping before we actually got the drop that we wanted. It was a ridiculously long camp. Huh? It was this blue chest piece you can see on Esar right here if you want to see it. It's the vest, yeah. McLovin's vest, yes. It was literally, it's called McLovin's vest. How did you know? Wow, it's got like a little name tag. Yeah, it's crazy, crazy. That's a cool system. Catch-up gear, decent gear, then awesome long-term gear. Yeah. So that's the idea of it. It still needs a lot of work, but that's kind of what they're trying to do, and they're looking at like recently the lead dev was talking about having quested armor in different zones. So you might go into a zone and there's going to be like this whole quest that you can do to get armor, and that'll be kind of like base level gear for that area that you do the quest in, so that you get something for doing it. But it's only going to really be good for that area. It's not going to really be good for the next area, the next higher level tier, but it'll function for then. So if you don't already have better, then it kind of works out. And I think World of Warcraft does something similar to that with some of their gear. Iruhini, how you doing, bud? Welcome back, welcome back. Glad to have you. It's the Malik chest. Yes, it was the Malik chest that we were doing. Nice to have common items to disenchant, like the Viper vest. Yeah, helps level jewel crafting. Yeah, absolutely. Disenchant that Viper vest. Nobody wants that thing. No, but that's the other thing, right? That I didn't really touch on with the itemization. So you have like the common item. So let's say that a common item has like a good 60 or 70% drop rate on the mob. Then you have the uncommon item that's going to have like 20 to 30% drop rate. And then you're going to have the rare item that's going to be the remaining 10%. Like, that's usually how it's going to work. The only item you want is going to be the rare item. But you're going to get probably 6, 7 of the common items before you see one of the rare items, statistically speaking, right? So the idea is, if nobody needs to have that common gear, which hopefully nobody in your party needs that common gear, you would then disenchant that gear, and you're going to get magical items that you can then, like these components, crafting components, that you use to enchant your gear. And what I mean by an enchant is like this right here. So you have enchant cloak, +5 agility, or like my helmet here has +5 stamina on it. So you can add stats to your gear through those enchants. So the idea is to take the uncommon items and turn those into bonus stats for your common items, or for your rare items. Sorry. You take the common magical items, break them down to make enchants for your more rare items. I think I said that right. Matt goes hard. How you doing, Matt? Any chance of getting an invite? Just discovered this game a few days ago, and I've been sucked in. You could get in every Friday. They do a drawing, so make sure you opt in on their website. Go to monstermemory.com, make an account, and make sure you opt in for that. I do some giveaways if the devs give me a key, which they have never given me a key to give away to you all. But they have been known to do that to some content creators. So if the devs do hand out some keys, I will do a giveaway for them. But sometimes you can get a friend key whenever you get invited to the beta. You get a friend key along with it, so a friend pass. Sometimes people don't have friends to play the game with, and they will donate those to the stream, and I will sometimes give those away on stream. So stick around. You may or may not see that, depending. Ooh, we got the other chess piece. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, the idea, they have a lot of really good, solid ideas for this game. And they're trying to find the best ways to implement them. So that's all we can kind of hope for right now is good implementation and good follow through on it. Anyway, any other questions you guys have? I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk about a bunch of random nonsense, and people are going to be like, "You're an idiot," and I'm going to be like, "I know." We had a lot of loot today. It's good. We got a shield upgrade for Vor already. We got 2 chess pieces, which I don't think anybody really needed. What camp are we at? This camp, I mean, I don't know what we're going to call this camp, but there's like four or five named right here in this little area. This is, I believe, like Lysandra and Aiden and what's the other one? That Dame Lysandra, Aiden Therm, Yauman. And Yauman are all really close by. And there's 2 other named that are fairly close to here as well. What are the chests? Technically the 2 best chests in the game right now. Outside of the... so we got the Disgraced Captains. And we got the Therm's Cross. Those are the 2 best plate chests in the game for tanks at the moment. Outside of the raid one that is no longer in the game. I would say the disgraced captain one is probably BIS for most tanks. Actually, it's BIS for all plate tanks, which are all the tanks. What is the BIS stat? I get the rest, but did DIS? I can't figure out. DIS? I'm saying BIS. B-I-S. Best in slot. BIS. Meaning that it's the best piece of gear you can get for that slot for tanks. Your stats, not best in slot. What is DIS in the stat? Resistance? Oh, disease resistance. Sorry, you're talking about it right up here, right there. Yeah, that's disease resistance. So you have cold, corruption, disease, electric, fire, holy, magic, and poison resist. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I look like a potato? My character does look like a... Wait, are you saying I look like a potato or my character looks like a potato? I don't know. Yeah, my character absolutely looks like a potato. A little spiked potato. Yes? Awesome. Thanks. I'm trying to be a little bit less round. I'm working on it. I've been very good lately. Had my 3 eggs this morning and a bike ride and a bunch of water. I did drink a Coke, though. I mean, I drank a soda. Not sponsored. Actually, I should probably even say I drank a carbonated beverage. Because that is even more broad than a soda. Potato. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. "100% be playing this. I love it." I have zero... how am I going to say it that way if I go 0? Anyway... I will 100% be playing this game start of early access. At least for a while. This is going to be my main game for the indefinite future. Keep your chips filthy? Yes. Filthy hobbitses. Hey guys, if you have not subscribed to Criddle Games, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, War. I appreciate it. Any good idea how to make the game a bit more challenging? I got lots of good ideas to make it more challenging, for sure. Monsters can hit harder. That's one way. They need to have more abilities. That's another really big one. I know people don't like some of the abilities that they added to them recently, but monsters need to have more abilities. Especially the martial monsters, like things that are just like a basic fighter and rogue and stuff. They added them in recently where they now have charge and snare and all sorts of different kinds of abilities, but they just need to do more of that. Then outside of that, add more density to areas, so more monsters in areas, more roaming enemies, so that you have to be aware of your surroundings. At any point, something could just roam into your camp. All of that kind of stuff would be ways to make it better or more challenging. I just started playing Monster Memories yesterday. Ended up as a bard. Do you have any tips for low-level bard players? What to learn and expect from the class? My tip is to delete your bard and play an enchanter. No, seriously, not trying to dissuade you from playing bard. Right now, the bard is one of the weaker classes in the game. But tips on playing the bard is make sure you get used to learning how to weave spells. You can cast a bard ability lasts for 18 seconds. Most of them last for 18 seconds with a 3-second cast time, which means at most you can have 5 abilities going at once. Try to learn how to do that. Cast a spell, wait 3 seconds, cast another spell, wait 3 seconds, cast another one, and then cycle back to the top after you've cast as many as you want. You can cast up to 5, which means that one of them will most likely fall off for a second or two based on that. 4 is like guaranteed uptime. So that's one thing I would say. Another one is just the same thing I would say about any new class or any new player to the game. Try to learn as much as you can about the area, the town, and where you're going and all that kind of stuff. Bards are also going to be very they're eventually, once they get it implemented properly, they're going to have to learn how to swap their loots and things around, like their instruments and their weapons. So they're going to have to learn how to do that. So one thing I will say is, if you see down here at the bottom of my screen, right over here, well, right there, that is my hotbar. you can open up your inventory, hold left click until you get this kind of box, and then you can place that somewhere down here. That becomes it becomes an inventory slot. So I can pick up items right here. Like I can pick up my weapon. So it becomes an actual inventory slot. Learn how to use that so that you don't have to open your inventory to swap out your instruments. So you can easily just pick up an instrument, put it in on your offhand or main hand or whatever you want to do, and be able to swap around, because bards do get dual wield. So you'll be dual wielding a lot of times, but you may want to be like, oh, I need to put in an instrument to be able to get a bonus to whatever song it is that I'm singing. So that's the only like real big tip that I can give you there. Don't bards need to spam their songs at all times? I mean, basically, yeah. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Therm's Fury again. We're getting lots of stuff. Nobody wants this stuff? If anybody wants stuff, speak up. You told him to speak up, didn't you, Esar? I think you did. I'm just looting to clear corpses. But yeah, bards kind of need to spam their abilities. Yeah. The gymless is better for... Yeah, it's better. It's higher charisma. That is good if you want to have charisma and int. Really deciding between Enchanter and Bard. Funny that you say delete him. Yeah, right now Enchanter is arguably the most powerful class in the game. And Bard is arguably the weakest class in the game. So it feels kind of bad. Like the way the Bard is supposed to be is a good CC class with some good buffs and a little bit of DPS that they do. Like, they're not going to be a high DPS class because they're mostly a utility class, but they're going to be able to give the rest of your party more damage. Currently, an Enchanter just does that better, and an Enchanter can charm better. So... And charm is just an overpowered ability right now. Like, there's no other way around it. It's just an overpowered ability. I missed some stuff there. What seems to be the most popular class race? Anything standing out? People chasing meta stuff already? There are people that chase meta. There are also people... So if you go to, like, the forums or Discord or something, you're going to get a lot of people that are like, meta doesn't matter, and blah, 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 blah. They're wrong. Meta absolutely matters in this game. They just don't play that way. But, yes, right now the Druid is the most played class in the game. There's a reason for that. They're probably the most powerful individual class. That and the Enchanter. The Enchanter, I would say, is the strongest, but because the Druid also has heals, it kind of makes them really strong as well. So, people are chasing the meta. I would say that some of the most played, Druid is up there, Enchanter is up there. Out of the two top, I don't know what would be after that currently. But those are definitely two of the top. Do you know the lore of the Therms mobs? Seems like all the named Upper Salmon are a family. I know a little bit of the lore, but no, I don't know much. There was basically... The best lore I can give you is it's kind of a Romeo and Juliet kind of situation. There is a female Therm, and then there is a male, I believe it's Yauman is the male, and they were going to get married, but the parents didn't approve or something along those lines. So is it Yauman and who? Oh, Morin Smite? Yeah. So anyway, Yaoman is the husband, and then I think Lysandra is the wife in that situation, or the girlfriend or whatever, with very much like Romeo and Juliet. Parents did not approve of it, and things happened and such and whatever. There's even a ring in the game called Ring of Regret that you can get from a therm, and I think that might be the wedding ring, kind of. That's the only information I can really give you. It's not a lot, I know, but that's basically the idea there. So you have a lot of different therms throughout the game. There's some up here in Upper Salmon, like you're saying, but there's also some at the beach down in Fallen Pass. If you've seen the ones down at the beach, where the Demeter camp is, there's an actual therm that spawns down there too. And I think there's got something to do with that. I want to say that, like, that's where Demeter like killed somebody or something weird happened. I don't know the rest of the stuff with that. Looking forward to playing Monster Memories either in closed test or when it launches. Seems like a great cure my brain rot from ARPGs. Yeah, it's definitely better than ARPG brain rot kind of stuff. I love ARPGs for the action, gameplay, but I prefer the slower group style gameplay. Did they go Link dead? Yeah, I don't know what happened to... Oh, there he is. He's healing now. How's the charm state at the moment? Still broken. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, no worries. They are doing class deep dives, though. Warbannon, sorry. They are doing class deep dives, so even if you play a Bard right now, once they do the deep dive on it, it could completely change, and it could be way better. It could also be worse. But I think it's kind of like the Rogue. It can really only go up. Although the Rogue was really bad, and they somehow made it worse with their first patch on the Rogue, then they had to change it, and they made it slightly better than what it was. But yeah, the Bard can really, honestly, can only go up from this point. It's, I think, the worst class in the game currently. But that's just my opinion on it. Wood Elf Druid has to be the most common race class combo. Wood Elf Druid, yeah, that probably is. It's pretty common. Maybe Havling, but yeah, a lot of people don't want to play Havling. I don't want to play Havling. After playing my Havling, I have a Havling Beastmaster, and it's really annoying because Havlings eat more food than everybody else. They have the highest metabolism. So when I go to the store and I buy food, I have a little bit of OCD. I'm not a super OCD person, but I do have a little bit of OCD. And I always buy stacks of water flask right here and stacks of rations right here. And I buy them equally so that you can see here I have 20, 20, and then I have 11 here. So they always eat them, drink and eat at the same rate. Does who have Fizz? Regular Invis or IVU? Wait, are we killing this? Oh, I wasn't sure what was going on. All right, I think we're all caught up in chat. I hope I'm all caught up. I keep the questions coming. I love it. Love it. I like it. I love it. I'm still thinking about what I'm going to eat for dinner, though. I don't either. He will be here between 6 and 6:30. I'm finishing. I asked, yes, and he just ate lunch when I asked, so he's probably not going to be hungry for a full dinner, but he'll probably want a snack plate, and I said that's fine. He can make a snack plate. So we can do whatever we want for dinner. Wood Elf Druid can instantly break charm with hide for the cheesy 1%. HP kills for 100% XP. Yeah. Yes, they can. They absolutely can. And as people learn that kind of stuff, that's what makes charm so good, right? It's like people that are like, no, charm is not good. It breaks too much. It does this. It does that. And it's like, okay, but learn how to use it in a different way. And then you're like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, charm super strong. Let's see. Food. What are we going to do tonight? Anything? Yeah. Do 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 do. Yeah, we got to. I don't know. What do you guys think about the replacing party members? How difficult or easy should it be? Right now, the way that it works is if you're in a camp, like we are in this camp, and somebody has to leave, if they are a spellcaster, they can just gate out, and they're gone. If they are another class, they have to figure out how to get out of there. If they're not a gating class, they have to figure out how to run out or whatever. So the entire group would have to help them get out potentially, depending on their class. Then when you get a replacement player, the replacement player has to figure out how to get to your camp. And if they don't have certain spells like Invis or IVU or Stealth or something like that, then it's very difficult to get into a camp. They had a player summoning skill at one point where you could summon players to you. Call of the Hero is what it was called in EverQuest, and they had something very similar in this game. That might have been a little too strong the way that people were using it, but I think they should have some sort of item that you can use like every 10 minutes or an hour cooldown or something like that to summon players to you. Man, I'm sleepy. Let's see. Any dinner suggestions? Or entertainment suggestions for tonight? Underdocs this Wednesday on beta? Maybe. I don't think they gave a date, but they did say that the Underdocs would be coming in soon. Possibly in the next patch, whenever that next patch is. So, could happen on Wednesday. I really want to see a new. I would really like to see a new zone come in, especially a new high level zone. That Evo aligned starter zone, is it even in game yet? No. So right now the only starting zones are Night Harbor, and then Evershade Weld is the starting zone, but Phalandraw is the name of the city. Those the only places you can start is those two locations, and the only races that can start in Phalandraw are Wood Elf and Havling. Everybody else starts in Night Harbor. When they add in the deep, that's when you're going to have the deep gnomes and the deep dwarves and deep elves. But the deep dwarves are not coming in until later. So right now we're just going to get deep elves and deep gnomes whenever they add in stuff to the deep. And that's going to be the evil, or they're not really evil races. They're just different faction races. They start KOS to some of the other ones. But yeah, that's not in the game yet. It will be in for early access. They say that they're going to have 4 starting locations for early access. So we'll see what those are. It would be really nice if they would split up more of the races. Like, I think that even Pinshaw, it would be really cool if, like, Pinshaw, which is a small town in Keeper's Bite, it'd be really cool if you could start like human over there or something, or like one race could start in that area. But there's not a lot of low level enemies right there, so it would be a kind of a struggle for new players. But there's a clear advantage to starting in Evershade if you can. There's a clear advantage for the first 5 or 10 levels, but then a clear disadvantage after that, because you're going to start needing groups, and it's going to be more difficult to get a group together in Evershade. You only have the fighter is the only tank that can be over there, so you only have 1 of 4 different tank classes that could be available. I don't know if cleric can be over there. So maybe only 2 of the 3 healers, but it's just limited. Aren't there like 3 starting areas in Night Harbor? Northwest, Crypt Necro area? There's North and West Gate starting areas, but it's all one big zone. So you all start in Night Harbor. But yeah, there's the North Gate and the West Gate. But as far as like low level enemies to fight, yeah, there's also the Crypt. And then there's also some other stuff underneath the West Bank Inn. There's actually like a little rat area that's low level rats that are underneath there. So don't eat the food from the West Bank Inn. I don't know why I can't loot this. Oh, is that... That's weird. We looted it at the same time, Isar. That was funny. Dory wants those shoes? Dory is a fish, honey. You are correct. I'm very proud of you. She can wear shoes if she wants to. Is it Squidward a fish? Doesn't he wear shoes? Wait, isn't one of the gumballs a fish? He runs around in shoes. So there you go. Why is Evershade better from 1 to 10? It's just better because it's going to have a lot fewer people. So when the game first launches in early access or any new server first launches, majority of people are going to start their characters in Night Harbor. Since only 2 races can start in Evershade, you're going to have far fewer people in Evershade. So you're going to have a lot fewer people to compete against. And then you're also going to have more monsters. Evershade has a ton of enemies just kind of roaming around in that area. Way more than Night Harbor does. At least in the initially. And then also, I want to say that Evershade is better for like the 10 to 15 range. You have more options for XP. Because in Night Harbor, you have Ancient Crypt. You have the Graveyard. And that's about it. You could go to Telekir. There's places, but it's much more difficult. Whereas in Phalandrawl, there's just monsters you can easily grab and go fight without much effort. In that kind of area on that level range. So it's just going to be a lot easier for them to start the first few levels. Because most players are probably going to play the game solo for the first 5 or 10 levels, depending on your class, and your do you have friends that you're playing with, etc. It's far slower to get in a group and try to go XP at like level 1 to 5. Technically it's faster. If you really think about it, it's faster. But you have to know how to do it. So if you take 6 people, put them in your group, and everybody just goes and solos mobs, that's the fastest XP. But if you put 6 people in your group and you try to do normal pulling, that's very slow XP. What's the lowest APM class at the moment, in my opinion? The lowest APM effective class is probably the Cleric. I mean, they can just sit there, and when your tank gets low on health, cast 1 spell, and then sit back down. And they don't really have to do anything else if they don't want to. Whoops. I taunted the pet. 6 people running around the new Bard Yard, killing as faster than 6 people killing Crocs. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but 6. It depends. It's very. It depends on the classes. It depends on the group composition. It depends on a lot of things. So like it's hard to say, but 6 people on 6 good solo classes that know what they're doing would be the best XP in the game if they're all soloing. All 6 of them grouped together, soloing individual mobs is the best XP in the game. Like 6 necromancers soloing. But yeah, that Croc area is pretty good, depending on the level. Like, it depends on the level. Cleric, Fighter, Druid, Enchanter, Rogue, Monk. How do they get to 10 the fastest as a team? you all want to group together, I would say the first 5 levels, everybody runs around in the Night Harbor area, soloing anything you see that you can kill. Just solo stuff. Just run up to it, smack it, kill it, and just level 1 to 5. Like play it as if you were playing solo, but just group up and run around in the same area together killing monsters. That would be how you get to level 5. Once you're level 5, then going and slaughtering a bunch of like the crocodiles or something is good as well. Like where you go over down to the beach or whatever and just start slaughtering those monsters. Again, you're still mostly soloing because everybody is just pulling a bunch of mobs very quickly. Like it's just like pull them off. You see a crocodile, pull it. You see a crocodile, kill it. That's it. You know, it doesn't matter who's tanking. It doesn't matter anything else. That's literally what they're doing when you do those crocodile farms. Is it's 6 people soloing monsters. You know, if another person helps you kill one, cool. But if you see a monster, just pull it. Have fun. Take care of you, Henny. Have a good one. Harder in dungeons and easier out in the open. Much easier out in the open, yeah. Dungeons are not meant for people with limited time. Yeah, dungeons are more like if you can get a group together to go into a dungeon, it can be very lucrative. Like you can get items, you can get some good XP, but the XP is probably going to be slower. 6 people chain pulling those crocodiles on the beach is going to be far faster XP than one person pulling for a group of 6 inside of Ancient Crypt. That's the problem with it. Or it's one of the many problems with it. Because outside, you can just... You know, your healer could pull something. Your CC person, your DPS, everybody's pulling something constantly. And you're just all killing whatever it is that you see. Night Harbor is going to be a nightmare on EA launch. It's going to be absolutely awful. Absolutely. It's going to just be terrible. I suggested, and I don't know if the devs heard my suggestion or not, but I suggested at the start of early access, have an event, like a GM event for the first few days or a week of early access, where there are monsters that are attacking Night Harbor. They could make it like Ashira scouts and warriors and stuff that are just constantly zoning in and attacking Night Harbor just to get more spawns in the area for players to go out and kill. And just have tons and tons and tons of enemies in that area just to fight. And the idea is have them like we're trying to repel an Ashira invasion kind of thing. And that could just be the start of early access, just as a fun way to start it. You know, lore-wise, it doesn't really mean anything, but it could be fun, you know. Will there be an EU server? Most likely they're going to make at least one EU server, is what they're looking at. So there's going to be one EU server, one Oceanic server, probably 2 or 3 US East servers, 2 or 3 US West servers, all PvE. Those are all going to be the PvE servers. No boxing PvE servers. Then they're also going to make probably one West Coast and one East Coast boxing server. Probably one East Coast PvP server and one East Coast roleplay server is my guess of what they're going to do. And then those EU and Oceanic servers I was talking about, if their population drops to a certain point, they will merge those servers in to other servers. EU will go into US East and Oceanic will go into US West. One of the US East or West servers. That's most likely what will happen. I can't say for sure, but yeah, I would expect that to happen. Where there'll be a +1 box server or no boxing and unlimited boxing only. The idea, okay. The idea is that they're going to definitely be a no box server and an unlimited box server right now. They might make a 1 box server where you, or 2 box limited or whatever it is, where you can play 2 characters at once. They just introduced that as an option. Make sure you guys are going to fill out the server survey. I'll talk about that in a second. But they just introduced that option in the server survey the last time they did a reset on it. So it depends on what people, it depends on what people choose. So what I'm talking about while we're killing this, if you go here, go to monstersandmemories.com, you click on Community Hub, and then this server interest poll right here, this is what I'm talking about. You can choose your server here of what kind of server you would prefer. So if the Oceanic server and the EU server are really popular, that's going to give you a higher chance of getting an EU or Oceanic server. If they're absolutely not popular at all, they won't even make those servers. So make sure you guys are filling that out. If you're not filling it out, they don't know what's popular. They don't know what they're going to need to do. And right now it looks like, the Oceanic server looks like it's pretty popular, but the EU server, it's only like 100 less. So it's kind of popular. Most people want to play on a US PvE East no boxing server. They don't even want to be on the PvE West server. Oh, this includes Oceanic. That's part of the reason. My goodness, this guy just pulled everything. So yeah, make sure you guys are filling out that server survey form. Oh my goodness. We got plenty of mobs now. Oh shoot. What is that showing? Let's see. The US PvE East is definitely by far the most, and the US PvE West is second most, and then an EU server is third most of the player base. But that's just based on like a few thousand people. That's not even that many that are filling out that survey. Definitely need more people filling out that survey. Where do they say the be PvE 2-box limit? They didn't say where that server will be hosted at. He will be down in the deep to start. I think there will be a lot of people that want to start in the deep, yeah. I think that's going to help spread out the players a lot. So we'll see what happens in Night Harbor, though. Because there's going to be 4 starting locations at the start of Early Access. But Night Harbor is going to be crazy. Did you give up on laundry? Oh, it's still cooking? Phalandraw will win the big lag battle, I presume. Phalandraw is going to be laggy, but I don't know. I think that Night Harbor may be worse. I don't know. We'll see. Phalandraw is definitely going to have some issues with monsters running around and like trains going everywhere, people dying all the time, because you don't start at a zone line. It's just going to be lots and lots of trains going to the guards. Think it's going to be less laggy than the rest? Probably. We'll see. But, like I said, there's going to be lots of trains going around with NPCs fighting each other. That adds a lot of lag. So, who knows? It'll definitely be good. The people that start in Phalandraw will probably get the first 5 to 10 levels faster than anybody else. They'll be the first people to, if you're trying to keep up with it. It doesn't really matter, though. The first 20 levels or 30 levels really don't even matter. I suspect that a lot of people will take off work for the first week and play a ton that first week and get up to like level 20 or 30 or maybe even 40 in that first week. Can I get in this beta now? Like, as in today? Probably not, but there is a chance, yes. So what you want to do is go to monstersandmemories.com, make an account, opt in for the beta, and they do a drawing every Friday for beta access. If you can find somebody that has a friend key, you could potentially get in anytime. Like, if somebody gives you their friend access, you could get in. Will there be some type of pre-subbing with name reservation to help them get an idea of player count? I wonder how many servers they would need. That's a very good question, Let's Play. I don't know. Maybe they'll do something like that. But to my knowledge, no. It's just going to be a mad rush to set up your account and make a group or make a character and all that all at once. They are looking at naming, though. So, like, if you are, for example, a well-known player, or you've been playing for a while, chances are, I can't link or loot that. The flower. Chances are that your name is kind of pre-reserved, in a sense, right? Like, at this point, if somebody makes a criddle on the server that I go and try to make a character on, and they just happen to get there before me, I could probably petition it, and they will just change their name, and I will be able to become criddle. Most likely is what they'll do. So, like, they don't want people stealing people's names just because they know who you are, because they know that their system and you're not going to be able to reserve names. So, yeah. It's kind of based on if you've been posting on their forums and that kind of thing, so that people just they're not jerks about it. But outside of, like, an actual name reservation, not that I know of, no. By the looks of this poll, they want 5 to 6K as a minimum. You mean for player base? They'll take as many as they can get. I think they're going to have 30 to 50,000 in early access, the first month of early access. Based on that survey poll, you would think a lot less. But they're going to have 30 to 60,000 people, 30 to 50,000 people sub, I think, the first month. Sometime in that first month. They have 10,000 people that have access to this beta. 5,000 weekly logins to this beta alone. So, based on that, they're going to have at least 5,000 players. I mean, people literally log in. 5,000 people log in every week. Currently. Yeah, I think they want to have, like, the idea is 5,000 players on a server. So 1 to 2,000 concurrent players online at one time, and about 5,000 total players on the server. But they might change those. They might increase those numbers as they get closer to EA, and then even closer to 1.0 when they have more content. Will there be a race-based faction, or can Wood Elf group with a Deep Elf? Everybody can group with each other, but there is race-based factions. So it's not going to be race-based like World of Warcraft, where you have, you know, the Horde and the Alliance, and you can't group together. Every player would be able to play with all other players. But you may not be able to go into the city of that player. So somebody that starts as a deep gnome, for example, trying to go into Phalandraw might get killed on sight. The guards may just not like you and may attack you. But there's not going to be any split up in the player base whatsoever. That's a garbage ring. Actually, they might want that for the, like, in charm or charisma set. Somebody might. I'm a party pooper. Yeah, he's just... Yeah, I think he wants to go play with his friend or something. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to deal with loot the way we're doing it. I don't know. It's whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Will Trolls be in early access? Eventually, yes. They will not be at the end of the start of early access. They'll be in probably... My guess is somewhere around February of next year. But they don't have a date. It would not be the start of early access, though. Meow. What's going on there? Master Devil, how are you? We really don't need anything? Wait, are you saying group-wise, Vor, or are you saying item-wise? Itemization-wise? If you guys want anything that I'm looting, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it into disenchant materials for enchanting, or I will give it away to random people somewhere. But if anybody wants any of it, I don't care. I'm literally just going to give it away or disenchant it. So it's whatever to me. I don't need any of this stuff. Trolls are all over the internet? Yeah, trolls are definitely all over the internet. They absolutely are. We're going to have plenty of trolls at the start of early access. There's going to be a lot of them, just not in the game. 1 big race, 3 normal races, and 5 small races. Is that what this game is? It's got the ogre for the big race. We got human, wood elf. What's the third normal race? Like normal size race? Deep. Well, deep elf's not in the game yet, but it will be. Yeah. For EA, gotcha. Yeah. Why are small races so dominant? There's even a 6th already planned. I don't know, but I'm gonna say I think people just like the small races. It's one of those things though. Like if you overdo it, it doesn't become fun anymore, right? It's like too much of something is less of it. Oh boy. So yeah, when you have like gnomes and halflings and dwarves and goblins, and then you're gonna have deep gnomes. What else is there gonna be? Is that all the small races? Yeah, I don't know. Deep dwarf, yeah, that's another one. Deep dwarf. Sorry, we're just kind of like chatting in our group chat a little bit. I've been kind of focusing on that for a minute. Eco really didn't have that many regular races either, if we count Erudite and Barbarian as humans. Yeah. Did Dorencia read that? Did she read my comment? Oh, goodness. I feel like she missed it, Vor. Oh, goodness. Only 8 more weeks to go, right? Only 6 more, and they're probably going to lock the servers. 6 or 7 weeks, and they're going to lock the servers, I think it seems like. I'm excited, but also kind of worried because half the classes haven't had their remake. Is going to be enough time? No, it's not. There's not going to be enough time. I know Sean is trying to be optimistic. He tries to put a positive spin on everything, and I tend to put a negative spin on everything. There's no way that they're going to have all these classes in and ready to go by early access in a good form, right? Like, balanced and working properly is what I mean. They might get them in and, just be like, okay, it's done, and shove it in there. But balanced and working properly, it's there's no way. Yeah, it's very realistic. Yeah, it's just realistic. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, I love this team, and I think they're doing a great job with this game. But let's be honest with ourselves here, man. Does it launch for everyone, or do you have to be invited to early access? Everyone. Yeah, with a sub. Yep, exactly what Vor is saying. It's $15 a month. Anybody can play starting October 1st. That was confirmed to still be the release date as of Friday. The devs said October 1st is still the planned early access date. My face is going to access your face. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I gave you kisses. That's accessing your face with my face. You like those. It backfired totally on her. What is your opinion on, one, delaying EA for more finished EA launch, or just get it out October 1st? I could go either way with it. Delaying, I think, would be very detrimental to them because I feel like some of their devs need jobs, right? I feel like a few of them right now are kind of between jobs, looking for something, and maybe even saying like, well, I'm going to get paid starting on October 1st. So I'll have a job starting October 1st where I get paid. So they're kind of like, well, I can hold off for another 2 months and put things on credit cards or whatever I need to do until I can get my pay, right? So I think there are a couple devs that are very important to the team that if they delayed, they would probably have to be like, I'm out. I can't keep volunteering my time. I'm going to have to go get another job, and I'm not going to be able to focus on this job or this game as much. So I think it could be very detrimental to them if they delay. At the same time, also they have like a good hype going right now, where a lot of people are excited about the game, and they're going to get a lot of traction from that. And if they can grab that traction October 1st and run with it, they could do really well. So that's why I don't think they're going to delay. But delaying could make the game in a better place, and it could prevent fall off. I do think that this game is absolutely going to have a lot of fall off from the very beginning. I've been saying 30 to 50,000 people subscribing sometime in October. I think a lot of those are going to not subscribe a second month, depending on how that first month goes. If it stays kind of how it has been, it's going to have a lot of drop off. If they continue to build, it's just going to have less drop off. I don't think it's going to go to like, let's say they get 30,000 subs in October. I don't think in November it's going to go to 35,000. I don't think it's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's a matter of how much it will go down. And that's kind of the issue with them releasing it in its current state. Depending on how fickle people are, how much they expect it to be done, all of that kind of stuff, you know. I personally will be paying my sub $15 a month starting October, and I don't plan on canceling it anytime soon. Defiler's Blade. It's not a bad blade. Where can I put this? Yeah, so they're you know, I'm not going to cancel anytime soon. I'm going to keep going with it for a while. Like I plan to play the game for at least 6 months. I'll probably give a good 6 months to it. As long as I'm still having fun after 6 months, I'll keep playing it and keep streaming it every day. Most likely that'll happen. Like, I don't see myself quitting. Like, I really like the game, and I like where they're going with it. And as long as they keep adding content to it, it's going to be my forever game that I just stream daily and play and make content for. I might try to pick up some other games and play them here and there just for funsies when we get to, like, in-game, and this game is just kind of, you know, we're in a cycle of log in, do our raids, do our whatever we need to do, log out kind of thing. But, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Overhauling the core fundamentals, so close to no more wiping. Can't see anything going wrong. Yeah, it's going to definitely things could go wrong. They already delayed twice. Another one might just cost them a lot of trust. It might, yeah. I'm just afraid since EA is big and I've seen games fail so much because their EA was really bad and people never gave them another chance. That is the issue. That's that second issue that I was talking about is depending on if they can deliver when the game launches, you know, how stable the servers are, how quickly they can resolve bugs, how quickly they can balance the classes that are just completely out of balance right now. Stuff like that. How quickly they can actually continue to do updates. Right now, the updates are happening very sporadically, and it could be 2 or 3 or more weeks between patches. They need, in my opinion, once they have paying customers, they need to be patching once a week. Whatever the patch is, you know, doesn't really matter, but something, right? Fix some bugs, change some classes, add some content, some sort of patch every week. They need to have a big patch every 2 to 3 weeks of big changes, you know, like class tweaks, added some content, you know, things like that. Then really big overhaul patches every about 3 months. So I would say if they can, every 90 days, release at least 1 to 2 new zones. That's what I would like to see. Will they do that? I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical on that. But if they can do that, then the game will be successful. But if they keep it where they're currently at or go even slower, the game will end up being another one of those, early access, too early, they shouldn't have launched, they should have waited, etc., etc., etc. And people will play the game a bunch for the first month or two, and then they're going to move on and then probably never touch it again. Kind of like Pantheon. I don't see Pantheon ever coming back, like making it back to what they were when they first tried to launch. All right, I've got way too many items now. All right, we're gonna have to start breaking some of these down. I don't know. Maybe when you were out of town, that girl that came over? Yeah. My mom came over. Yeah, I have no idea where that brown towel came from. Maybe. Maybe somebody picked it up at the pool or something. Vor wants the sword. Alright. I can give Vor the sword. Alright, I'm just gonna start breaking down any duplicates. So I've got 2 of the Lysandra's crooks. Yeah, I gave Vor the sword. At least the game seems more ready now than Pantheon will ever be. Yeah, I would agree with that. This game is already farther along than Pantheon. Even though I play on the PvP server, I think for the better of the game's success, they should just do PvE on EA so they can focus on PvE. I mean, I don't disagree with you. There will be a lot of people, though, that do disagree with you. But, you know, everybody's going to have their own opinion on things. Pantheon is a sad story. It is, yeah. They've just fallen too far behind to ever be able to get back in square one. I do believe this is a problem for all early access games. The player base plays the games before release. Then, yeah, what's left to play? Exactly. That's why you have to continue to make content quickly. You know, we're not used to having an MMO that launches in early access. We're not really used to having games launch in early access. Early access used to be a couple days early for pre-ordering it. Oh, you can play 3 days early or a week early for pre-ordering it. That's what early access was. Now early access is you can play a game in very heavy development, and most consumers don't want to do that. You know? So I don't know what's going on. I still enjoy Pantheon, but there's no one to play with. The PTR and the wipe announcement kind of tanked everything. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. We killing this? Yeah, the whole thing's bad. I'm not going to get on the Pantheon hate bandwagon right now, but yeah, it's just a really bad situation. This game could easily fall into that too, just based on previous games doing it. I personally don't like the whole you're buying an early access game that's in heavy development, and we're not making any promises that we will ever finish it, and blah, 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 blah. All the things that they say to add on to the early access. It just puts a bad taste in your mouth, right? It just makes you feel like, why am I buying this product and playing this product? You know, why would I even put time and effort into this? If you're never planning to finish it. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't mind EA depending on the dev studio, but with MMOs where you get investing in a long-term character, it's hard pill to swallow. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. You know, like early access for Baldur's Gate 3, right? They gave you the first act out of 3 acts, and the second act being the biggest one, I believe. So they only gave you a small portion of the game for all of early access, as they were continuing to fix the game and change it and make some tweaks and stuff to it. But and some people played it, some people didn't play it. I waited until the game came out in 1.0 before I ever played it. I just never touched Baldur's Gate 3 during the early access stage. I was just like, I know it's going to be a game that I like. I don't really care to play it. But in an MMO that your character lives on forever, I want to be in on the ground floor. That's the best time to play an MMO, is when it launches for your forever characters. And that's going to be at the start of early access for these games. So they're only giving us a portion of the game at early and then kind of developing it as they go. You know, it's going to feel really bad. But if they do it right, they could make it a complete game where it feels complete at the start of early access and then just add to it over time. Okay. So, what is that to see? Pantheon really instantly and permanently died for me when they killed their art style a couple months before release on Steam. Yeah. They didn't kill their art style, they just bought it, is what they did. They didn't have an art team, so they decided to buy store assets. Like they just basically effectively commissioned it out to a bunch of people, but there was no cohesiveness in the art style. Like a game like Monsters and Memories, they have a certain art style that they want. So they make sure that when they add in an artist, they can do that style and create that so that the game stays looking the same throughout. And if they can't do that style, then they don't get hired on. It seems pretty simple to me. So, anyway. We will see what happens. I rewatched a couple of videos from 2017. Pantheon actually looked great. Then they decided to go with the gray box shenanigans and only went downhill. Yeah. I was super hyped about it in 2017, 2018, 2019. If you were around in my streams, my very early streams, because that's about when I started, I was super hyped on it. I was like, man, I can't wait for that game to come out. I'm going to play it all the time. Blah. Same way that I feel about Monsters of Memories right now. I was like that with Pantheon, but that was nearly 10 years ago. And now I look at it and I'm like, what have you done? Like, there's nothing left of that game. That game is no longer in existence. They basically made a new game. It's almost like Final Fantasy 14 and then Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn. They're two separate games. You know, they're the same game, but they're separate. And I feel like Pantheon, it was like Pantheon and then Rise of the Fallen, right? Like the current Pantheon fell, or the old Pantheon fell, and this is the new Rise of the Fallen Pantheon that is coming back. And yeah, it's the opposite of what Final Fantasy XIV did. Brad passed away in the time Pantheon kind of died along. Yeah, kind of did, unfortunately.
Start talking about that.
Kind of did. You don't start talking about stuff.
I know. Don't do it.
Don't point at me. Point your finger at me.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
I'll bite it. How do you feel about the tanking classes in Monster Memories overall? I used to main a Shadow Knight and was curious how it stacks up. Classes overall, the Shadow Knight right now is the best overall class from level 1 to 60. As far as soloing, as far as grouping, it's just a very good class to have. The best overall tank is currently the Fighter for like end game style raiding and very challenging fights because they take the least amount of physical damage. But that's about the only thing that a Fighter does. Other than that, it's kind of eh. They do have more DPS and threat than the other two tanks. So the Inquisitor and the Paladin are the worst of the tanks. But they have more utility, and like the Paladin being able to heal. They have some things that they can do, but as far as tanking is concerned, they feel the least. All four of them can tank fairly well. They can all take hits, but it's not just about taking hits. It's about holding aggro, mitigating the damage, healing the damage back, a lot of things like that. There's a lot of other factors with tanking, and the other two classes they don't feel as good. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Are there even raids yet? There were raids. They took them out. They're going to be bringing them back once they're fixed. But there were several raids in the game, yes. But they were very, very broken. All right, sorry. I was talking to the lady for a second. How's itemization overall? Does it feel like you gain a decent amount of loot just doing regular grouping, or is it all worthwhile stuff in dungeons, etc.? Loot overall is a fickle beast in this game. Itemization is kind of all over the place. If you get into a group and you get into a camp, you can go camp some different named and different mobs that drop different things. But it's not like Diablo where you can just kill anything of your level range and get gear. That's not going to happen. You have to specifically go and camp certain things to get specific items. That said, if you're willing to go camp those things, there's plenty of gear out there. There's tons of really good gear for every single class out there. But it's very specific what you would want to go get. It's EQ. Yeah, it's 100% it's EQ type of stuff, yes. I kind of want to make something, maybe a steak or hibachi style chicken or something. Kind of want to do that. Why don't you tell Aurora to go make some rice? Well, that's what I'm saying. If she makes it now, we don't have to do hibachi rice. We could do hibachi meat and veggies. You want to just do hibachi meat and veggies? And we can just make some rice, just some like regular white rice. Okay. We'll have to figure that out. It sounds good to me, though. Unclick your enchanter buffs. What? I don't know what enchanter buffs I have. This one. And swiftness. Just notice pupper person in your party. I'm sold in this game. Oh, yeah. This is the Ashira illusion. So that's an illusion to turn into an Ashira. Enchanters get it with an item, but you can also get it. Rogues and bards can also get it with another item. But that's the enchanter. Most likely, yeah. He's got it. He's an enchanter, so that's the enchanter version of it. It's a you have to get faction with the Ashira and then buy the item that is exclusive to enchanters. Or spell. Sorry, spell. It's a spell for enchanters. But then there's an item, a clicky item. Oh, I'm going to invite Isar. There's a clicky item you can also get for Bard and Druid. Huh? The clicky one. You don't know what a clicky is. How's the crafted gear worth going for? Crafted jewelry is best jewelry in the game outside of like 3 pieces of jewelry. But like I'm using mostly crafted jewelry. Like this ring right here is not crafted. There's another ring that I could get that's not crafted that's better. But yeah, crafted earrings, necklaces, and rings are going to be for the majority of players the best thing that they're going to see. The other stuff they're probably not going to be able to get, or it's going to take a really long time. Like some of that stuff is just it's rough, long quest and things that you have to do. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Chicken or steak. Do we have a steamer for vegetables? No, I'll do them. I'll do the vegetables hibachi style. Maybe I'll buy some zucchini. Get some zucchini and yeah, maybe do that. And maybe we could do some onions and some mushrooms. I'll look at those things and see if we can just put them all in one big thing and mix them all together. Yeah. And then we could just have white rice. And then either chicken or steak. Yeah, we got all the sauces. If I do chicken, that's gonna be careful because I overcook the chicken. Because like the steak I'm not worried about. I can undercook the steak and it'll be fine.
Bake the chicken and make it a little bit under.
We could try it that way. That is a very citrusy smell. Holy moly. I always feel bad for weapon crafters and MMOs because the stuff they make is rarely going to last against dungeon and raid loot. It doesn't, yeah. So right now, like, weapons, there's really no weapons that you're going to get. Early on, like if you just started in early access, leveling up your blacksmithing very quickly and then getting to steel weapons is very good. They're going to be like the best weapons you're going to get until like level 30 or maybe even 40. But once you start getting those higher level weapons, they're going to be better. The higher level dropped weapons are going to be better. But on the side of armor, you have enchanted armor. So you have enchanted cloth, enchanted leather, enchanted chain, and enchanted plate armor. At least your helm, chest, and legs, I believe. And those are actually pretty good stats. So that's all also very good for at least the first 30 levels or so if you can make the higher level stuff. So anybody that can make blacksmithing gear early on is probably going to make quite a bit of money selling all of that gear to people. Like a stupid amount of money. If you're willing to do it. I personally won't be crafting that much at that point because I'm probably going to be working on leveling up my character. But there will be people out there that will bank on making... It's kind of like banded armor back in EverQuest, if you remember that. Everybody wanted banded armor early on in EverQuest. And it was just really, really good. So that's one thing you can do. But yeah, the crafted gear in the game, for the most part, is going to be sub the dropped gear. So, yeah. But they're still working on crafting. Crafting is still kind of... It's a work in progress. But jewel crafting right now is just too good. It's just way too good. Like this ring, if I still have it, this ring dropped here at this camp that we're doing today. This is the one of the higher level rings from a group camp. This is a crafted ring. So there's your difference, right? This has 14 total stats on it. This only has 8. Huge difference. The crafted stuff is way better than the dropped stuff of jewelry right now. So they need to work on that. I think what I need to do to make the hibachi chicken, I think I need to lower the heat. I think that's probably what I've always done. Is I was probably too hot, and it just overcooked it.
Yeah, it's LT needs to clean your nightstand.
I mean, you got a feather duster right now. Why don't you just go over there?
I can't. There's too much stuff.
Okay. Well. I don't even know half that stuff over there. What it is. We've got 2 things of hydrogen peroxide over there for some reason. And is that Pepto-Bismol? What is that purple thing? Or is that calamine lotion? No, that's the other. That's the white jar. Unless you gave me 2 different kinds. What is this camp? This is the... It's in Upper Salmon. So this is several mobs here. Lysandra, Aiden... I don't know, one of the Therms, Yauman. There's several mobs that spawn in this area. Okay. Double charm pet. Oh boy. What's the lowest ever lever for tank to this for this area? This particular area you could do in the high 40s if you have a solid group, like 48, 49. I want to say most of these mobs are like right around level 50. The named are probably like 52, 53. So as long as you're high 40s, you should be able to do it, and the group pays attention. Some are at least 51, even to bragging. Okay. Some of the regular mobs are. So, yeah, like high 40s would be the lowest level I would come here, for sure. Like 48, 49 is the bare minimum. I wouldn't recommend coming here until 50. But you can. If you're a healer, come here at like 45. Healers kind of get it easy mode. Oops. I did not mean to attack that. If you're a druid, say 35. Yeah. As long as you get XP, you can come here. On a healer. I mean, honestly, it's like it's crazy. Healers have definitely lucked out. You being stupid? Nah, you're good. Yeah, that's what I don't like about playing a tank. Tanks, generally speaking, need to be on the higher end of a group, level-wise. So they oftentimes get the least amount of XP. So it kind of feels bad. What role is lacking the most? It depends on your level range. But I would say tanks are the hardest to find at higher level, then healers. But healers aren't hard to find. They're the most played class in the game is a healer. But a lot of times they solo. You think the problem can be some fix with the AC? No, that's not going to make more tanks. If that's what you mean. What's the most played class? Right now it's Druid. The needing to be higher level? No, it's not just that. It's I mean AC would factor in a little bit to that. But it's that monsters that are higher level than you will hit you more often. So the closer you are to the monster's level, or the higher you are than the monster's level, you just take less damage. So a tank would just take less damage, and lower level tanks are going to take so much damage that healers are going to struggle keeping up. Potentially struggle keeping up. Right now, no healer in the game is going to struggle keeping up with heals because healing is just way too strong. But once they get that balance properly, it's going to be more of a tank's just taking way too much damage. And then also, if the tank can't hit the mob and maintain threat on the mob, they're not tanking the mob. Excuse me. So tanks have to be able to do damage or gain threat using their abilities. I just rolled a Druid and have seen a bunch of others around. Yeah, Druid is by far the most. Yeah. Tank is tough regardless in most of the games. Everyone plays, needs them. Like one of them. Like a second tank, unless the off tank situation makes me sad. Yeah, it's a whole situation, yeah. If you play a tank in a game like this, so it's kind of weird. Like, tanks are the most demanding class in a game like this. Because if the tank goes AFK, you pretty much have to stop pulls. If the tank dies, you got to stop pulls. Everybody else is probably going to die if the tank dies. The tank has to be paying attention and has to be there, you know. Pretty much everybody else can kind of go AFK. If a healer goes AFK, it depends on how tough the mobs are, if they can take a quick 60-second AFK or not. But yeah, they're just extremely demanding. And then on top of that, people expect tanks to just know more for some weird reason. I don't know why this is the case, but tanks kind of lead the group, you know? Like, if you ever played World of Warcraft and you go into a dungeon, everybody just follows the tank wherever the tank goes and just kills whatever the tank kills. They're just a very demanding class, or demanding role to play. So because of that, players burn out very quickly when playing tanks. In the beginning of the game, I guarantee you what's going to end up happening is the game's going to start, a bunch of people are going to play the 4 different tank classes thinking that they're going to be the next big tank, main tank on the server. You know, everybody's going to want them in their group, etc., etc., etc. And you're going to have hundreds of them. They're just going to be tanks everywhere. And then nobody's going to want a tank at low level. Everybody's going to be like, no, we already have a tank. We don't need one. Then these players are going to be like, nobody ever wants me in their group. So then time is going to go on. All these players are going to stop playing tanks. They're going to switch to a DPS class. And then by the time you hit level 20 or 30, you only have like 5 tanks left on the server. Because they're the only ones that actually pushed through and kept going with it, put in the effort, put in the time, waited out all the other people to quit. Because that's what happens every single MMO I've ever played. Everybody wants to be the tank and the center of attention until they realize that they're the center of attention, and then they're like, I don't want to be a tank anymore. But I don't know, it's just kind of funny the way that it works out. Like, tanks are always the first to quit, I've noticed over my years. DPS classes, they'll stick around. Healers will stick around. Tanks, though, they quit. They burn out fast. I don't see a lot of higher level druids. Maybe not. I don't know. But there's the most played class is definitely druid. That was always the case in my experience. Later on, you blame it on the monk. That's true. Yeah, high level, you could blame the puller for sure. But yeah, in the beginning, it's always the tank's fault. Tank's not geared enough. Tank didn't taunt this. Tank didn't do that. It's always the tank's fault. I do a good job. No, Esar, you do a good job, and you're always around. So we're lucky. We are very lucky. Tanks are tough to keep geared to maintain the next content push. Exactly. Yeah, that's probably the hardest part. Is a game that requires gear, the tank requires more, right? The tank always requires the most gear. And it's very tough. Very tough. Tank threat sucks. Yeah, tank threat sucks. All that kind of stuff. And it's because their threat sucks because they need better gear. They take too much damage because they need better gear. You know, like, they're just a super gear-dependent class. If the tank doesn't have threat and is taking too much damage, they're not tanking. Right? They're just not going to tank. So because of that, tanks have to go out of their way to make sure they gear up. They level slower than any other class in the game because they always have to have a group, only one per group. And they, generally speaking, want to be the highest level in the group. So those 3 things make the tanks level slower than anybody else. Unless you're in a static group, right? The static group is the only time that doesn't happen. But outside of that, if you're trying to pug as a tank, you're going to level slower than everybody else, most likely. Countdown to the entire DPS line. Just leaning on their keyboard. The second pull starts. Time to blame the tank. Yeah, it's crazy. And they already do that in this game. Like, it's nuts. Like, count to 5 or something. Count to 10. I mean, geez Louise, you don't have to go full throttle as soon as the mob gets to camp. Tanks do get gear priority, at least in raid setting. But yeah, you gotta get there in the first place. Yeah, it's the getting there in the first place. And a lot of times tanks get priority in a raid setting, but it's not always the case. The successful guilds gear the tanks first, right? But the problem with that is because tanks know they get geared first, they can put in all the time and effort to where they're probably going to burn out once they hit max level, whatever the max level is. So they're already close to burnout. Then they get all the gear, and then they burn out and they quit. And then you got to gear up another tank. and then you got to rinse and repeat, and because tanks burn out faster than anybody else. That's why I play a tank. The main reason I play a tank. I got tired of the tank burnout. Every guild I've ever joined, any time that I've ever played a game like this, what ends a raid guild faster than anything is the tank quitting. Every single time, it's like, oh, gotta find a new tank, gotta gear him up, we gotta start from scratch again, and it's just, it's awful. I got tired of dealing with it, so I just play a tank. Now I don't ever have to worry about it, unless I quit. So, but I generally don't quit these games. I play them for a very long time. I'm a little ridiculous. So yeah, that's my take on the tanks, the quick version, or I guess the medium version. That wasn't super quick. I stopped maining SK or tank in most things once I turned 40. Work pulls me sometimes, and I feel bad for the party. Yeah, that's another thing, right? It's replacing a tank is always difficult, so you kind of feel bad. If you have to leave, if you don't have the time, whatever, it's just, yeah, tanking is definitely, it's a stressful thing. There are some benefits to tanking, like you guys were saying, priority on loot. They definitely get a priority on loot, but you got to find the right group that's willing to do that too. There are people out there, there's DPS classes out there that are like, I don't care about that tank. I want a tank for my party, for XP, and to be able to get loot. But when the loot drops, there's DPS classes that are like, nope, I am still rolling against you. And then you get those tanks, though, and I totally understand the DPS side of things, because you get those tanks that'll get the loot and then be like, okay, well, I got my item. I don't need to be here anymore. I can go ahead and leave. Because they're only there to get their one piece of loot and leave. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. I do get annoyed by people who play tank classes that refuse to tank, though, is a thing. Oh, yeah, that too. Even on WoW, I'd often run into warriors that say they're DPS only, and I'm like, bro, yeah. I mean, warriors were DPS warriors. They're trying to do that in this game. There's people that are out there that want the warrior or the fighter in this game to be able to spec into DPS. And I'm like, no, that is not what this game is. The fighter is a tank. It does not spec or flex into the DPS role. That's not what it's meant to be. So hopefully people get that. At least in World of Warcraft, they were high DPS classes, like a warrior was, if you spec that way. But, yeah. But then what's really funny is, like, in games like World of Warcraft, I literally had this happen to me in World of Warcraft, and it ticked me off. I joined a guild as a warrior, and I was a tank. Like, I had planned to be tank. I was in tank spec. I'm like, I'm the tank. A good tank item dropped in a raid, and I was like, I need that for an upgrade. But there was a DPS warrior in the group, or in the raid, that was like, well, my main spec is a tank. Sometimes I play my tank. I switch to my tank or whatever. I'm only playing DPS like half the time, but I do tank. Anyway, he tried to justify it, and he ended up rolling and winning the item and getting the item. And I was like, I'm literally only a tank, but this other warrior was like, well, sometimes I'm needed for tanking, so I need the item too. And I was like, oh my god. Anyway, it was a whole thing. That's fine in raid settings, yeah. It's just weird. I've been the main tank most of my levels as Archer. You will be if you get in a group with undergeared tanks. You will absolutely become the tank as a DPS. Yeah, you're meant to tank first and foremost. Yes. Yeah, that's what the fighter is for sure. It is meant to be a tank. It's a slippery slope with spec swaps. Yeah, that's why what we started to do in games is we said you had to pick a main spec and you had to pick an off spec. Your main spec was whatever, you know, that's what you roll on for your main, and then you pick an off spec, and that was it. That, like, you couldn't play an off spec and then roll. And this guy wanted to roll on like both DPS and tank gear, saying that he needs both because he switches all the time. And he tried to justify it. He's like, well, I switch all the time for what we need in the guild. And I'm like, okay, I get that, but, you know, I'm always playing the tank. And you switch sometimes based on what we need. So you should get secondary on both of them, technically. You know? Yeah, that's a no-no. Exactly. It's a big no-no. Big no-no. It was the whole thing. Role rules are set before the raid starts. So same rules for everyone, though? Yeah. I mean, I would say in this game, DKP is probably going to be where most guilds go. Like the big raiding guilds that do stuff in there. It's probably going to be a DKP system rather than a rolling system. Most likely. But officer, someone should have said something. Yeah, they were trying to be like, well, we're just a casual, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I get it that we're not really a hardcore raid guild, even though we're casual, but upgrading your tank and making sure that they can do their job allows us to continue to do this. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't really need to rehash it. You totally get where I'm coming from and how people can be. But I'm double main spec, good vibes. Yeah, exactly. Another issue with tanks is during leveling, you need 1 tank per 6 people, but in raiding, you need 2 per raid. It depends. Right now, the way that they had raids in this game prior to them taking them out, only 1 raid required multiple tanks. The rest of them was just 1 tank. So depending on how they do it in the future, it could end up being 1 tank per guild, you know? They'll probably have like off tanks and stuff, but I think that's where Paladin is going to come in. I think the Paladin is going to end up being the best off tank in the game. You know, they're going to be like hey, you take that mob, go stand in the corner and deal with it, and we'll deal with the rest of the raid. And the Paladin's job is literally just to deal with the 1 off tank mob. So I don't know if that's where it's going to go, but I suspect that might be the direction that it goes. But yeah, right now the way that the game was for the raids that they had in, it was 1 tank was needed, and that's all you needed. I don't like the World of Warcraft tank swapping and all that stuff. I thought that was really tedious and annoying. So I don't know if they're going to go that direction. I doubt it. But if anything, it'll just be where you have multiple mobs that you have to off-tank. So you're going to put your main tank on whatever the big mob is that's doing the most damage, and you're going to put 90% of the raid on that. And then you're going to have like your off-tanks that are going to deal with like ads that come in, picking up all the ads, or maybe even picking up a big ad that comes in that has to be off-tanked to the corner or whatever. So that's why I'm a big fan of tanks being able to do something like strong CC, so they're not doing when they're getting punched in the face. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I totally agree with that. I think that if they do it well in this game, you're going to need to have multiple tanks. Not necessarily 1 tank per group. Like, I don't know that that's necessarily for raid settings, but 2 or 3 tanks in a raid, depending on how big the raid is. Main tank tanking one thing, and then maybe have one of the tanks could be a good AoE tank to be able to gather up a bunch of enemies. Like the Paladin will probably be good at that because they can tag all the enemies and then chain heal themselves, which will then give them threat to all of those enemies. So that's a good way to get AoE threat. And then also like a self-sustained tank, a tank that doesn't need to have healers or debuffs and all. They can kind of heal themselves, I think, is another good thing for paladins to do. Oops. That goes there. But we'll see what they do. I honestly don't know. Huh? Yeah, nobody knows. I honestly prefer off-tanking more than main tanking if I have to. I'll collect tank stuff after the main tank and throw it on if I need to. Yeah, yeah. And I think that, you know, that's a good way to do it, right? It's a good way to play the game. If you have somebody that you know is going to consistently be there and not quit. Because like I was saying before, tank burnout is the fastest burnout in an MMO. Like, it's crazy fast. How do the raids work? Since the devs are like that the game is more chill, but I guess you need some hardcore content when you reach level 60. Get your bisque gear from other camps. So raids in this game, there were a couple of them. There was one raid that was just a hard-hitting mob. So that's pretty much all it did. It just hit really, really hard. Another one was a hard-hitting mob, but it also had procs, so it was a spell blade. So it had magical procs doing quite a bit of damage. So that one was another way that they did that one. So it's hard-hitting, but magical instead of physical. Well, some of the damage was magical instead of all of it being physical, which kind of made the Inquisitor really good for that particular fight, because the bonus magical damage they could mitigate better. There was another raid that had a big AoE that did a fire damage AoE that dispelled everyone that it hit. So by the end of the raid, you had 0 buffs. That one was a tough one. But it was still mostly physical damage with a fire AoE. So as long as you had high fire resist and high mitigation, physical mitigation, you were good on that fight. And then you had a raid where you spawned the boss and there were 2 adds to it. And those 2 adds both had an AoE that they did, so you had to kill the adds while dealing with their AoE, so you had to separate it. You had like a main tank here, and then 2 tanks in 2 different locations. You couldn't really stack them on top of each other, otherwise you would have too much AoE going on and people would die. And then you would burn down one of the adds and then the other add and then go on the main boss. So that's how they did it previously. They also had a low-level raid that had a fear mechanic to it. So you go into the room, and it did an AoE fear periodically, and if you got feared out of the room, you would die. Death touched. Like, just, you're dead. So you had to make sure that you had people curing or dispel magic on that fear when it went off, and ways to deal with that. So they had some decent mechanics. The issue on all of the raids, however, was if you threw enough bodies at it, you could kill it very easily. And unfortunately, that kind of ruined it for anybody that's done that. When you Zerg a raid, it kind of ruins the whole purpose. That's why Ogre was strong choice for the racial stunt. Yeah, Ogre was absolutely the best raid tank in EverQuest for a long time. Well, not a long time, but for the first mini raids. They don't have anything that's that overpowered in this game. Right now, I would say the Dwarf is the best overall raid tank, and only Fighter and Paladins can be Dwarf. And the reason for that is this one ability right here called Stone Form. So this reduces damage by 10% and increases armor class by 25%. Armor class doesn't do a whole lot for you right now, but once they fix that armor class bug, it will do a lot more for you, and that's going to be huge for tanking big bosses. So for the first 30 seconds, you'll use like this ability. Then the next 15 seconds, you'll use the Stone Form ability. So for the first 45 seconds of the fight, you're reducing damage. And then after that, you can use like this ability right here, or this potion right here, which reduces all damage by 20%, but it also decreases your movement speed. So it's made for tanking like the big boss. Stone form's fun. It is, yeah. I'm bummed, though, because I took Tough as my other trait, and you cannot use Stone form and Tough. Like, they actually share the same cooldown, which is silly. Because Agile, none of the other ones share the same cooldown. Agile, Dexterous, Intelligent, Wise, Charismatic. None of those share the same cooldown. But for some reason, Tough does. Raiders, what's going on, Davram? How are you? Thank you so much for coming in with a raid. Hello, hello, and welcome. But yeah, like, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about people. There's people out there that say all tanks should tank equally. And I disagree with that. I don't think they should. Because all tanks don't have equal abilities. So, like, the one that gets me is they're like, oh, well, I'm playing a paladin and I should be able to tank just as well as a fighter. Okay, well, I should be able to heal as well as a paladin, right? Like, my fighter doesn't have heals, doesn't have lay on hands, it doesn't have, damage bubbles, defensive bubbles, it doesn't have armor buffs, it doesn't have all these other things. So why should you be equal? Makes no sense. But I don't know. Are you discussing Tough on dwarf racial cooldown issue? Yeah, it's definitely an issue. I don't know why Tough, or I don't know why. Yeah, Tough specifically shares a cooldown with Stone form. I don't get it. All classes should be equal. This is how you get retail WoW. Yes. All DPS do the same damage, do the same things. Yeah, it's just silly. Makes no sense. I hope they fix it. I hope they fix it too. They're supposed to be doing a full overhaul on racial traits. So, we'll see. That goes out the window with an Inquisitor or whatever too, right? Inquisitor is actually a really good tank. They are better at magical mitigation. So when you go up against something that does a lot of magical damage, then they become a really good tank. Majority of damage in this game, though, is physical, which means that the Inquisitor is the worst of the three tanks, technically. Because the majority of the damage you're going to take is physical damage, and they just happen to mitigate magical. That's it. But the Inquisitor can also stun a lot. So technically, a well-played Inquisitor that stuns mobs constantly is probably going to take less damage than even a fighter, because they're just preventing all damage while it's stunned. And there's no diminishing returns on stun. At least last I checked, there was no diminishing return on stun. You can just chain stun a mob over and over and over and over. Technically, if you have the right classes in a group, you could permanently stun a mob while you're killing it. Named mobs are immune to stun, but regular XP mobs, you can permanently stun them and kill them. I enjoy the difference between the tanks. I would like to see Paladin have a smidge more aggro generation outside of spam heals themselves. But yeah, exactly. Like, I'm fine with that too. I think that all the tanks should be equal as far as their threat generation. And then you should have, maybe the fighter slightly better in threat generation because they're slightly higher DPS than the other tanks for like single target DPS. So like their direct threat generation is the same. But a fighter might have a little bit more DPS. Whereas a paladin would have more heals. So they get healing instead of the damage. Something like that would be good. What is the actual purpose of Ranger in this game since Archer exists? Ranger right now is a druid hybrid. So it has a lot of utility. Like snare and speed of the wild and damage shields and armor buffs and things like that. So it has a lot of utility. But they're going to be changing that soon. And we don't know what's going to happen with it. It's going to be losing, I think, all of its druid buffs. or all of his druid spells in general. So we'll see what they do with it when that happens. Throw them at mobs for sacrifice. You could do that too. Yeah, absolutely. Ranger can pop back and forth between melee and range and have spells where archer is focused. They can, but you don't really want to do that on a ranger because they don't have like a way to jump in melee, jump out range, and jump back in. I'm hoping when they make them a martial class, they give them that ability. I think that rangers should have a leap out and fire arrows, and then some sort of jump back in to combat to do melee attacks. And they should be a bounce around the battlefield kind of class. That's what I would like to see them go in that direction. I don't know if they will, though. Ranger Gate, absolutely. Yeah. Like a disengage, re-engage combo. Yeah, that's what I would like to see. They had that in Pantheon, and I thought it was a really cool way to play the Ranger. Like I really like the Pantheon Ranger. Have they not done the rework on Ranger yet? No. Thought they were steering away from that. No, they have not done the rework on the Ranger yet. So it's going to be more of a physical DPS class once they do it, a martial class, and it's going to focus on things like potentially buffs for like fires. You're going to be able to get special types of logs that they're going to gather that might put on a fire to make it give bonus effects. They might get whatchamacallit. So their forage ability, they might get forage where they can find aloe and then give you a resist fire buff or something. Like be able to make like a salve or have better bind wound and things like that. That's what a ranger is supposed to be, but we'll see what they do with it. But it seems like they're going to have some sort of craft tied to it like archers and rogues do with tinkering and poisons. Pantheon hasn't done much well, what they did on Ranger. Yeah, the Ranger I liked. I think the Elementalist class or the Summoner class that had 2 pets at once, I also liked that. I thought it was a pretty cool feature. There's a few things that the Pantheon did well. Just a lot of things they didn't do well. Kind of neat actually with the campfire interaction. Yeah, that's the plan. We'll see what they do with it, but that's the plan, is that they're going to get some sort of campfire interaction thing, which could be cool. Pantheon's rogue class having some splash CC was a good idea. Yeah, I think that rogues having a little bit of CC like that is nice. They should not be a CC class, but they're like a really high DPS class with some CC, rather than like an enchanter that's a lot of CC, but supposed to be very low DPS comparatively, right? Currently, they're the highest DPS because they charm. As you see here, we have 2 charmed mobs, and it's just ridiculous. Clip that and put it on YouTube. Criddle said something positive about Pantheon. Yes, exactly. I've said a lot of positive things. People just like to focus on the negatives. Silly people. They do suck. I'm a pretty positive person. Sometimes. I play a lot of devil's advocate in my own brain. A lot of what ifs. This is actually really sad right now. These pets are doing more damage than my fighter is. Because they're pulling aggro from my fighter. That's really sad. Let's see if I put on my sharpening stones here and see if that makes a difference. Skepticism is good. It keeps the cultist away. It does. It does. I haven't joined a cult yet that I know of. I think my girlfriend may have gotten me into a cult and I don't know about it yet. Save me. If you play pickleball, you're in a cult. We were literally just talking about that the other day. Yeah, we watched a movie called The Dink. Have you guys seen this yet? And it's literally about pickleball. And at the same time, we were kind of joking about it because there's a pickleball court up the road from us. There's actually two of them not too far from us. One really close and another one just slightly farther away. Man, that pickleball stuff is just nuts. Actually, no, both of them are really close. Aren't they both right up? There's one on Nexton and the other one is down near Pages, right? There's one down there. I remember people saying that they... no, maybe that was... I don't know. Maybe the YMCA has it. I don't know. But yeah, dude. Pickleball is fast growth sport in America, guys. It's the new CrossFit is what it is. Like, it's like, how do you know somebody plays pickleball? Talk to them for 5 minutes and they'll tell you about it. It's the same thing with CrossFit, you know? Yeah, it's nuts, man. My girlfriend's stepmom plays a lot of pickleball. Well, not a lot, but she talks about it like she plays it every day. Have you considered rolling something non-tank and a second alt after main max B tank solves the gearing issue through twinking at least? Have I considered it? Yeah, I already have a level 60 wizard. I have a level 60 fighter, a level 60 wizard, a level 37 spellblade, a level 31 beastmaster on this account. So yeah, I play. I'm not bragging about it. I'm just telling people. I play a lot of classes. I play everything. I like to test out all the different things, so I'm more knowledgeable about them. CrossFitters watch me do terrible forum workouts for 2 hours, bro. Exactly. Now I've got a buddy of mine that's a CrossFitter, or at least he was for a long time. We used to pick on him because we would play board games with him, right? And when you play a board game, you know how people get mad in a board game and they'll flip the table or they'll do something, whatever, throw something like across the board, whatever. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. People get mad doing that. And then we mix that in with his crossfitting, and we're like, he's gonna get mad one day and just grab the whole table and go cross flip and just like throw the entire table with the board, all the pieces. They just go everywhere. All his joints are shot now? They probably are. They might be. Yeah, I'm not a CrossFit person. I like to ride my bicycle. Can your trunk fit a bike? Wait, do you have a large trunk? Because I'm going to put my bike in it. Yeah, you are. No, seriously, I have a bicycle. Oh my gosh. Bike and rowing, keep it simple. Yeah. I like cycling and not really like cycling and what we were talking about this at the very beginning of the stream today. I'm not the weirdo that wears booty shorts and Speedos and all that kind of stuff and cycling, that kind of guy. I would not be a lot cooler if I did. I like to go riding my bicycle, right? I like to do that. Not mountain biking either, but just casual riding in the area. I enjoy that. And then swimming is another way that if I'm going to do like cardio type of stuff, that's the cardio that I like to do is biking and swimming. Any of that other cardio stuff, that's for the bees. Running? No. I got to be chased by something if you want me to run. Like running is just not my thing. Hiking's not a lot of cardio. I mean, it can get your heart rate up for sure. It does depend on what you're hiking. But yeah, I'm not really a fan of hiking either. When you say a class needs a buff or a nerf, which class is your baseline? So for DPS, it's in general. I don't have a baseline. Say you say a class is doing less damage and needs to do more damage. Which class are you comparing it to? I'm comparing it to the average of other classes and the enemies that we're fighting. So, like, in general, the rogue needs to do more damage because all of the other DPS classes outdamage a rogue. And the fighter comes close to outdamaging a rogue. Another flower. I clicked on it too fast, though. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the rogue needs to come up. Because the other classes are all like the rogue is below every other DPS class, but the rogue is supposed to be a top tier DPS class. Rogue needs to come up. So that I'm not really comparing it with a baseline or anything. I'm just saying in general, you could do it the other way. You could say every other class in the game is doing too much damage. So let's bring down all the DPS of every other class. But that's far more work. Like far, far more work. So, you know, I look at it, the monsters have X amount of health. All of these classes are doing X amount of damage. Rogue needs to be doing somewhere around this amount of damage based on that. I just tread water and drink beers, multitasking, if you will. I like that, yeah. The 12-ounce curls... And then every time you curl one, you lose a little bit of the weight, right? Same thing as when you go to a gym, except for the backwards. You start out, you know, you bench press, something lightweight, and then you increase the weight, and then you bench a few more times, and then you increase the weight, and you bench a few. Same thing, but you do it opposite, which is actually better for toning rather than building, right? Like you want to do a heavy one, and then drop some weight and do as many as you can, and then drop some weight and do that's what those 12-ounce curls are. 12 ounces, 11 ounces, 10 ounces. I mean, it works. Just a Speedo for the swimming. Got it? Oh, yeah. Speedo for the swimming. Absolutely. Yeah, it's the way to go. If you see me running, you better follow because something's chasing me. Absolutely true. True statement. I had a friend of mine, and she said one time, she goes, if I'm running, there's somebody chasing me with a gun, or there's a shoe sale in the direction I'm running. Either way, you should go with me, is basically how she put it. And I was like, that makes sense. Oh man. Well, yeah, there's a lot of balance that needs to happen. Some classes need to come up, some classes need to come down. They just got to figure out where they want to be. I wish that we had a baseline and we knew like what the baseline was. Like if there was a specific class that the devs were like, this is our baseline DPS. I would love to know, because honestly, the rogue might be the baseline DPS, which just means everything else needs to come down to the rogue's level, because the rogue should be the highest DPS or close to the highest DPS class in the game. I wish Elementalists were more than 3 buttons. I cannot wait. I think Elementalist is one of the classes that need a lot more work. I agree. I would like to see the Elementalists get more interaction with their pets, more synergy. Pet does ability, character does ability, bonus reaction kind of thing. That'd be really nice. Or based on the pet that you have active, you have like a spell. Let's say the Elementalist has an ability called Elemental Purge or something, right? Or Elemental Nuke. And if they have a fire pet active, they target their fire pet, they cast Elemental Nuke, and the fire pet like casts a big fireball, and it does a bunch of damage. The earth pet, takes a big like hammer and just does a big physical damage hammer thing on the mob. That kind of stuff. Like make the Elementalist burn their mana to force the pet to do something spectacular, like a bigger hit. I think it'd be really fun. Depending on gear, physical DPS could be balanced, but needs the gear to scale to its target's DPS. Yeah. Gear definitely makes a big difference, for sure. Gear for physical DPS classes makes a bigger difference than gear for magical DPS classes. However, right now, the way that they did scaling, Int and Wisdom scale a lot. You do a lot more damage with higher Int or higher Wisdom. Like crazy amount more damage. Like you could literally double your damage. As you get higher level and you get higher Int and everything, you could double your damage from gear alone for those, like a wizard. They could nuke for 800, but because they have 200 intelligence, they're doing 1600 damage. So it's a big difference. Gear means a lot more to spellcasters in this game than a lot of other games like it. Pantheon Summoner rework was a breath of fresh air. The Pantheon Summoner, was a pretty cool class. I still refuse to play it because I'm tired of starting in the same city as I have for years now. Yeah, it feels bad. Pantheon feels bad. That's all there is to it. I'm just glad that we don't get the Pantheon haters nearly as much anymore. I used to talk about Pantheon quite a bit, and I would rag on it quite a bit, and I would always get somebody in my chat that is just like, Pantheon's great. Why do you hate on Pantheon so much? And I'm like, just give it some time. You'll hate it too. And it's enough time has passed, I think, at this point where most people just have moved on. People realize they might still be playing it and checking it out, and that's fine, but they realize that they've moved extremely slowly. And it's just not going anywhere. But whatever. I'm playing in PTR right now because no M&M key. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that are like that too. They have nothing better to play, so they're just playing whatever they can to kind of get that itch, which I totally get. But hey, 2 more months, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. You can play Monsters of Memories to your heart's content, and you can just put Pantheon in the back of your mind. I think that might be the final nail in the coffin for Pantheon. It might not recover from Monsters of Memories going into early access. But Monsters of Memories could also flop, right? It could go into early access, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, nope, this isn't it. What did they do?" Anyway, boys and girls, you think Elementalists and Necros will be one of the last reworks? Maybe. Necro is kind of already in a really good place. I think all they're going to do with the Necro is take a few abilities away and then change the way a few of the abilities work. I don't think they're going to really do too much, but I think they're going to bring its power down some. Like, I don't think it's going to have... I think it might get rid of its bubble, like its immunity bubble, and but other than that, I don't know. I don't know what else they're going to do to it. They said something about having spells to empower their pets. So like a necromancer will cast a spell and temporarily make its pet do more damage or be more physically powerful or something like that. Okay. Is it? That's good. It's very easy. Who does? Okay. Oh, yeah. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's going to be it for me today. That was only a 7-hour stream, almost. So I am going to head out. I'm going to make some food for the fam. I think we're going to hang out, watch a movie, and just, do good old-fashioned family stuff. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, as every day, and we'll be doing more. So we'll just kind of see how things going. Appreciate you guys stopping by and chatting. Please come back, anytime. I'm happy to answer any and all questions about this game, and then I might start playing some other games here and there as well. We'll have to see how things go. But Monsters of Memories is my main game and will continue to be so for the time being. Anyway, take care, have a good one, and I will see you all next time. Bye.